Will also come. No problem. I will leave when to come. These are not fit for a short time and then to leave. Remember that. Oh. Oh. Mhm. Disappear. And for me, what I read about the factor, the way it is made, the body cannot decompose. Hmm? Not of question, it went in good faith. Like your own world, the world of the day. But there are many also who collapse. I mean, like, the sun, and then you 76. The Anglican way. This is where I hear even the child will wish to kill you. This one is for 30 more years. Then I was just lucky to take the throne after that. What quality was our
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and prudence have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon the abundant favor of your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as promoting and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Thank you, colleagues. Welcome to today's sitting. If you've checked on our alfresco, we have uploaded the report for the Uganda Human Organ Donation and Transplant Bill 2022, which we shall handle next week. So this is a very important bill, very technical. I urge all of you to read the report, both reports. There is a main report and minority report. You read through so that we can have a constructive debate on the floor. It's very, very important for you to do that. Colleagues, as we are aware, the electoral process for members of the 5th East African Legislative Assembly is underway. Nomination of candidates commenced yesterday, and it will close today at 5 p.m. For proper context, I draw your attention to Article 51, Clause 1 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, which provides that, subject to this article, an elected member of the Assembly shall hold office for 5 years and be eligible for re-election for a further term of 5 years. Pursuant to Article 51, Clause 1 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, the five-year tenure of the current Fourth Assembly of EARA, which commenced with its inauguration on 17th December 2017, will elapse on 17th December 2022, paving way for the election of members of the Fifth Assembly of EARA. The election of members to EARA will be guided by Article 51 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, Rule 12, and Appendix B of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda. Rule 9 of Appendix B of the Rules of Procedure provides for the establishment of a 20-member verification committee to verify the nominees and ensure compliance with Article 50 of the Treaty and Rules 4 and 5 of Appendix B of the Rules of Procedure. On 7th September 2022, I think it's better I read the letter of the Speaker, which he wrote to political parties. From the Speaker's Chambers, 20th September 2022, all members of Parliament, nomination of members to the Verification Committee for nominees to the 5th East African Legislative Assembly. Following my communication to all party whips represented in the House on the 7th September 2022, seeking nominees to the Verification Committee for the forthcoming elections to the 5th East African Legislative Assembly, the following members were designated by the respective whips. Pursuant to Rule 9 of Appendix B of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda, the following members are hereby nominated to constitute the Verification Committee, whose work will be guided by Article 50, Clause 1 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, Rule 12 and Appendix B of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda. The verification committee is required to report back by Thursday, 22nd September 2022. By copy of this letter, all whips are accordingly notified. Anita Mong, Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, and the proposed members are Honorable Mwinempaka Ramirama, Chairperson, Honorable Loki John Bosco, Honorable Oclore Bosco, Honorable Kibadia Morris, Honorable Anua Richard Ricky, Honorable Atima Jackson Lee Buti, Honorable Agaba Aisa, Honorable Linda Irene, Honorable Nakaziwe Hope Grania, Honorable Rakojo Robin Agreme, Honorable Kanushu Lola, Honorable Odoi Fox, Honorable Bakaburindi Charles, Honorable Okot Boniface, Honorable Nandara Nathan Mafari, Honorable Basariwa Asman, Honorable Okero Geoffrey Charles, Honorable Ochan Patrick, Honorable Nwagaba Wilfred, Honorable Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Jennifer Alanyo. Colleagues, I now want to put a question that the members be approved. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the election of Uganda's representatives to the 5th Assembly of EARA will be held on Thursday, 29 September 2022. Guidance for the elections have been issued by the Speaker and will be circulated in due course. Someone close those. Please, I'm still communicating. Why the hurry? Why the rush? I don't know. Am I proceeding well, Honorable colleague? Honorable members, during the interim executive council meeting of the parliamentary, this one I have been requested by the government chief whip to pass it on, the parliamentary Anglican chaplaincy held on 8 September 2022. It was resolved that a general meeting of the parliamentary Anglican chaplains be convened, among others, endorse a substantive executive council, and also deliberate on the matters concerning the chaplaincy. You are hereby notified that the said meeting will take place on Thursday, 22nd September 2022 in the parliamentary conference hall starting 9:30. For further information, you can contact Honorable Obua Hamson, interim chairperson. So, honorable colleagues, I have read media reports quoting the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Health, about a case of Ebola in Murende district. And after reading these reports, I called on the Minister for Health to prepare a statement for this House so that the country and this House can be updated in a timely manner. So later on, after reactions to my communication, I'll be requesting the Minister of Health to present that statement. Any reactions? Honorable Serani?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to first of all thank you for your elaborate communication this afternoon to us, the members of this parliament. And I thank you for organizing the elections of members of the Republic of Uganda to the East African Legislative Assembly. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to implore you, most of us members are on official duty sometimes and out of Kampala and also out of the country. I'd like to implore you to call on honorable members next week during the period that we are going to have the election for the East African Legislative Assembly to come and be available, especially members not to travel in that period so that we conclude.
So, Honorable, you're also communicating?
No, I was requesting, Right Honorable Speaker, that you add it on your communication.
Honorable, please.
Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, it has also been brought to my attention that committees are always in the field when there is plenary. And many members of the committees in the end come and say, Right Honorable Speaker, we missed out on A, B, C, D, we're in the field, our chairperson organized this. I want to put this clear as a directive to all committee chairpersons and to the clerk, that no clerk and no committee chairperson should take committee members to the field when we have plenary. This will only happen upon special career on special assignment by the presiding officer. And all committees which we are going to the field tomorrow, their business is hereby cancelled. No one should go. We need to do work of this house. You process reports, you must remain here and you listen to reports from other committees. Otherwise, you can't only be here when we are processing your business. And then you can't be there to process business for others. So, clerk, cancel all travels for committees to the field. Thank you. Yes. Honorable Lola.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. React to your communication regarding elections to Iyala. I wanted to bring to the attention of this House and to your attention, Right Honorable Speaker, Article 50 of the East Africa Treaty, which talks about the categories of people that parliaments must, and the word is must there, Mr. Speaker. And it talks about political parties, gender, shades of opinion, and special interest groups. Right Honorable Speaker, this morning we received a petition, which I know that the Speaker has a copy of. As members of Parliament, we had a meeting, and we want to bring to the attention of this Parliament that this specific article mentions these categories. And we must, as much as we can, make sure that special interest groups are represented. I am not talking about independents. Please, I want to be on record. I am talking about special interest groups and agenda. I also want to refer you to the case of Anita Mong of 2012, where court was very clear when they said that elected members must, as much as visible, represent specified groupings under Article 50 of the East African Treaty. And I am also aware that a group of Ugandans are going to court if we do not make sure that all these categories are covered under the Iyala representation. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable colleagues. Thank you, Honorable Lola. From the nominations we've received so far, and we had, I think, received 20 before I came to this house. I saw candidates of the various special interest groups. So I leave it to you, colleagues. I leave it to you. And yeah, I can't make a decision on your behalf. Yeah. Honorable Semuju.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as a way of a reaction to your communication, I wanted to draw your attention and the attention of Parliament to Article 107 of the Constitution. Among other things, this article says a president can be removed, among other things, physical capacity. I saw the African presidents in a bus attending the funeral of the Queen. Our president was not there. The other day even missed the family function to give away his daughter. And because you gave us the constitution when we are swearing in, I wanted to find out from you, Mr. Speaker, whether our president is okay. And I am raising this because this parliament removed the age limit. When you have a president of advanced age, you may need to be checking in order to comply with Article 107 of the Constitution.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, please, hey, colleagues, please. Honorable Semuju has raised an issue. And for the first time, since when I've known Honorable Semuju, he's missing President Museveni. For the first time, he's missing President Museveni. So, but if you could have used, Honorable colleague, if you could have used the same screen, you would have seen the president in Bunyoro recently. You know, you would have seen the president in the NRM caucus meeting his troops. And you would have seen the president in Apache distributing, launching the distribution of land titles. But I think what I'm going to do, honorable colleagues, I'm going to make an appointment for Honorable Semuju Uganda with the president so that he can confirm himself. Colleagues, we have to move. Honorable Alex Ndezi.
Speaker. Right, Speaker. Mine is a point of procedure. On the 17th of July this year, I raised a matter of national importance in relation to mismanagement of one of the strategic institutions for special needs education in this country. That is Bari Secondary School for the deaf. The Speaker guided and directed that the Minister provides a response within 6 days. It is now 2 months and 3 days. No response has been provided by the Minister responsible for education and sports. Right on, Speaker, I press before you 2 prayers. 1, a declaration that by not respecting your directive, the Minister is bound to be in contempt of Parliament. 2, a declaration and a demand that the Minister provides the response now or within 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Education, we need that response on Thursday, this Thursday. Okay? Colleagues, matters of national importance. I hope, colleagues, when we are coming here, you always read the order paper. We have an agenda, okay, complete. By the time we leave, this house, we shall be adjudged depending on how we've covered our agenda. It's like going in a meeting and you stop at communication for the whole meeting. After the meeting, agenda, we stopped at communication. So I would want us to move. Honorable Watkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this very important opportunity and for your very distinguished leadership. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, our rules are very clear. The moment you are in that seat and you make a directive, government has no option but to pursue and execute that directive. Mr. Speaker, sir, about 2 months ago, you directed the Minister for Trade and the Minister for Fisheries to come back to this house and explain why the DRC and Uganda border, and especially Rubiriha-Mpondwe border, continues to be the only border in Uganda still closed. Mr. Speaker, that the livelihood of your people in that Kasesa community entirely depends on trade. The border continues to be closed. That their sons and daughters cannot go to school, sir. And what is happening in my community, Mr. Speaker, I'm coming. What is happening, Mr. Speaker, sir, is they're rounding up school kids because they can't get fees and dumping and piling them in my office. Mr. Speaker, sir, is it procedurally right for the ministers to continue disregarding your directive? And also number two, the fish that is being impounded, when the same fish is being allowed to be sold in other markets, in other communities, you directed the same, Mr. Speaker, for the land minister to come and inform this house. Mr. Speaker, sir, the same procedure issue, how long is this gonna continue on when your people in my community are starving?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Honourable
Speaker.
Minister. You see, it doesn't have to be me, Honourable Minister, judging you, saying you did what, or the member needs an answer. Yes, you promised that the border market would be open.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank my brother, the Honorable Kachabe, who happens to be my brother-in-law. And somebody we come from the same area with, and a friend. We've been struggling together to bring order at the border in Mpondwe. And I want to give information to this house. The Great Lakes Trade Facility Grant, which put a huge facility at Mpondwe Market. And the market has already been completed. The construction works have been completed and has already been handed over to the ministry technically. But the political handover is going to be done by the president because it is going to include 2 countries, both Congo and the Republic of Uganda, and of course other countries which are neighboring.
Honorable,
so
the member is not talking about handover or what. The member says they need the market open. Simple.
Most obliged. Very possible, and we're going, we have already, we are in the high gears of opening it, not later than a month.
Okay. So, Honorable Minister, kindly meet colleagues from that area, the affected area. You bring them on board, and in 1 month, like you promised that in not more than 1 month you will have opened, you update us. Okay?
Most obliged.
Thank you. Honorable Tamaguzi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the previous meetings in Parliament here, you had ruled about the supplies of coffee seedlings. We are in the middle of the season. The suppliers almost have close to 8 million coffee seedlings. but UCDA is very silent, Right Honorable Speaker. Since you are my fellow farmer, Right Honorable Speaker, it's better, Right Honorable Speaker, to give us the right direction now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Colleagues, you remember when I think last week we discussed about the same issue, and I promised for up myself. Yes, so today morning, I called the Minister of Agriculture, who told me, indeed, the President and Cabinet had resolved that nursery bed operators can distribute the seedlings and then they be paid later. So, but he was awaiting for a letter from the Minister of Finance authorizing him to commit government as per the law. Now, I called the Minister of Finance, also following up on the same, and the Minister of Finance told me he had written to Cabinet Secretariat to get on to write to Minister of Agriculture to commit government. Tomorrow, the Minister of Finance should come and update this House. Honorable Chief Whip, let the Minister of Finance tomorrow come and update the House on this matter, because he promised me he was going to get a cabinet minute and then he writes to the Minister of Agriculture, because rain is not waiting for us, colleagues. Rain is not waiting for us. We can dilly-dally, we go into a bureaucracy, but nature is not waiting for us. So tomorrow, Minister of Finance should be given time to ensure that indeed consider him on the order paper. Colleagues, I wanted to go to matters of national importance. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, 2 weeks back, and bear with us because the executive is not forthcoming until we give enough pressure. 2 weeks back, our executive made a commitment to show the public that they were responding to the immorality displayed by a one Yiga who displayed his nudity, his buttocks to the cameras to insult the public. And the Prime Minister said they were investigating the matter. They were investigating the matter and they have not come back to us. Can we know why the executive is not responding to that matter and what they have done to Yiga, who displayed his nakedness into the cameras, and the children are now practicing?
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but I'm constrained. Sit here and I discuss people who display their buttocks. I'm constrained as a person. So that's, yeah. Please, Honorable Prime Minister, if you promise, I have other business to handle. Yeah, matters of national importance. Honorable Chimosho.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on the matter of national importance. And I know many of my colleagues have raised this issue. But it is becoming very serious, Right Honorable
2
Speaker.
minutes maximum, Crack.
Right Honorable Speaker, in my county of Kazu, most of the bridges have been washed away by water. But most importantly, there is a bridge that connects 2 sub-counties. They have no schools, they have no health centers. The bridge was washed away. Over 1,000 children are affected. They can't cross to access education. Now, when I contacted the Minister of Works, they were candid and told me they have no single liter of fuel. Right Honorable Speaker, there are 2 things that I request that we can do. We clearly state to this country the method we are going to use to get money to work on these roads and bridges. And if we cannot, for the meantime, the government declares a state of emergency on these roads so that people stop harassing us. It becomes a position that we are not working, children stay home, women give birth in your houses, whoever dies, dies.
Minister for Works. I saw you in Ruchiga.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is that we have not reached a level of a national state of emergency. The magnitude of destruction across the country is huge. What is also happening is that we are making interventions in a number of areas. We are making a number of interventions. We have taken note of what my colleague from Kazo has talked about. We'll be able to communicate to the colleague in due course what we have done.
Honorable colleagues, you remember the team we appointed have a meeting with the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister wrote to me. She was away on official duty, but immediately she comes, she's convening a meeting of that team. And I thought that team, when you meet, would solve a lot of issues. So that, because these issues are coming up every day. Every day. When I'm in office, I receive like 10 issues around that same topic. So I request really colleagues, we give the minister time and the Prime Minister. I'm going to ensure that meeting indeed takes place this week so that we report back to the House. And we get the facts. Because what you're facing is what I'm facing. In my constituency yesterday, I was burying a woman who could not be taken to hospital because we had no road. And she died giving birth. You know, she died giving birth. And in my area where the minister visited. And so now recently I told him even on foot he might not reach there. Because it is totally cut off. So we need to handle these issues urgently. And let's ensure Chief Whip, that meeting with the Prime Minister, as she promised, immediately she returns, we should hold it. Okay? Honorable Aaron Mayanja.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance regarding the persistent arbitrary arrests, disappearances, and torture of Ugandans at the hands of police and army, who in the first place denied the allegations, but let alone come out to admit due to public outcry. Madam Speaker, last week, 3 people were reported missing and abducted by armed men driving in a vehicle locally known as a drone, moreover without a number plate, not wearing security uniforms, and whisked away Motive Kasaga from Wachato, Nakasike District, Kenneth Kavuru of BBS Terefina, and Jakana Naduli to unknown destination. These people were abducted from home and at night without the notes of their relatives, area local council, or police post. A few who have been brought to court come while limping and impotent with the wounds all over their bodies because of torture. The nature of human rights violation in Uganda is against Article 24 of our Constitution, the 10-point program WNRM, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by United Nations, where Uganda is a member state. Therefore, I pray that the Internal Affairs Minister explains to the House why there are arbitrary arrests other than summoning the suspects for prosecution and the whereabouts of these people.
Thank you. Government? The Minister of Internal Affairs here for security, government?
Or Right Honorable. Yeah. Honorable colleague, I have heard the concern, and of course, we sympathize with the family of those people. I'm going to call the Minister of Internal Affairs to come and give us a statement. At least you can also give him more information about the abduction of those people. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, we need that tomorrow. So this seems to be a very urgent matter. Honourable Engineer Barimweza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand on a matter of national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, Minister of Internal Affairs cut down the production of passports by 50% and also introduced an online system. I've been approached by my people and other Ugandans complaining that actually after interview, it has taken Ministry of Internal Affairs over 3 months to basically give them their passports. Right Honorable Speaker, an ordinary passport costs 250,000. And it must take about 2 weeks for production. And an express passport usually takes costs 400,000 and takes about 3 to 5 days for production. But to date, people are suffering. My prayers are one, that the Minister of Internal Affairs should explain to Ugandans why there is a low production of passports. Then 2, he should also explain why express passports take over 3 months.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, respond tomorrow together with the statement. Yes, Honourable Medad.
I want to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and of course for requiring the Minister to come and explain this. But there has also been public outcry as to why Ugandans are being required to pay for new passports, having withdrawn their passports for which they paid. Ugandans pay because the passport is a guarantee for of the right to movement, which is enshrined in the Constitution. So that freedom is curtailed when you tell a Ugandan who had a running passport that we have decided to change the design of our passport, then you pay again. So I think the Minister, with your permission, sir, should equally explain whether we are stealing from Ugandans by requiring them to pay again. I know it remains the property of government, but once I pay, it becomes my property, or I get a lien. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, you should also explain the rationale behind payment for renewal of passports. On top of that, Father Charles Onen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Father Charles Sunen, by the grace of God, I represent the people of Pajalaro, Blue City. Honorable Speaker, my issue is similar to that of Dan Kimosho, but it is happening in a different place. On Friday, the 16th of witnessed a heavy downpour, which saw 5 major bridges washed away. And these bridges connect major access roads within the city. And that is Lalia Parish, connecting to Lawiadul Parish, Unyama Parish, Unyama Bridge, connecting Unyama Parish and Labora Parish. Agonga Parish, connected with the Agonga Bridge to Lunaba Parish. And Pagaya Bridge connecting Ukeomero Parish. Right Honorable Speaker, a number of schools were cut off and over 600 pupils. Thousands of people within the same communities from the 9 parishes cannot access health services. I am happy that the minister in charge of this is around. This morning, Right Honorable Speaker, the children were deceived that the reason why they cannot go to school, it is because Reverend Fathers failed to talk and to report this issue to the Parliament. And right now I'm talking and the minister is here. The children in the morning had been cursing me, and through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I will submit a copy of this petition to the minister in charge. Yesterday, a committee on
No, Honorable colleague, please, we've picked your issue.
Yeah.
So, Honorable Minister. And I think your people will stop accusing you of not talking.
First of all, the Reverend Father has always been talking. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, your guidance, in my opinion, is what we're going to go by. That we wait, but in the meantime, I want to promise the Father and a few colleagues that what we have done in some areas is to use the limited resources, at least to make some places navigable, motorable. We may not have the resources that can go into detailed work in many places, but at least to make the roads motorable. What I will do is, for example, the Reverend Father's case, we cannot afford to wait until the meeting takes place, then we do a detailed intervention. We will compare notes and direct the department in Gulu to ensure that at least some work is done and the children can access school.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of staff from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. They include the following: Mr. Prince Daniel, Assistant Clerk. Yes. Mr. Prince Daniel, please. Okay. Mrs. Sarah Chimbazwa, Sergeant at Arms. Mr. Fidmo Mapwanya, Sergeant at Arms. And Mrs. Mase Mutamba, Acting Director, Human Resource. They've come to follow and observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Also in the public gallery this afternoon, we have division clerks from Kampala Capital City Authority, and they are here to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Colleagues, also in the public gallery, we have students and teachers of Jinja Progressive Secondary School, Jinja City, represented by Honorable Igeme Nathan Nabeta and Honorable Chebakutika Manje. They have come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Honorable Sarira, Honorable Sarira, that procedure issue which is banning you.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the nature of issues for national importance being raised, it really shows that our colleagues at the front bench are very far from the MPs. If really you were available to the MPs, some of these issues will not be raised on the floor.
You have a person like Honorable Musa Chweru, you will call for a year and he will not respond. You'll find the other day I was calling saying Honorable Anifa Kawoya, the phones are hardly on.
But Honorable colleague, it becomes, Honorable Vasari, just a minute. It becomes difficult for us. It becomes difficult for this house to entertain such an allegation without us having any evidence of knowing whether you've ever called the Chweru, Honorable Chweru, or Honorable, you know? Yeah, because really, I think we can drive our point home without necessarily imputing bad motive on a colleague.
Right on, Speaker, when I say a year, I'm using imagery. It's really a style of speech. I'm not talking about calling for a year. But the point I'm raising, right on, Speaker, just to save our colleagues, please be available to the ministers. And related to the right on, Speaker, when this house gives directives through you, and there are deadlines, let the deadlines be fulfilled. Because this idea of members of parliament raising issues, and ministers are asked to respond to them, and they don't. And we begin making supplementary issues. I think really is unfortunate. And that's what sometimes brings the image of this house into disrepute. The Honorable Atkins has just raised an issue which has never been addressed. The Honorable Aisha Kaband has raised an issue which has never been addressed. The Honorable Undezi has raised an issue which has never been addressed, and yet they give deadlines here. So the front bench, right on, Speaker, once deadlines are given, let them be respected to save our time of asking the same things all over again. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to agree with you on that, Honorable Vasariva. Extract all pending issues which ministers were supposed to respond to. Extract all of them. Give me a report tomorrow. I want that report sent to the Leader of Government Business and Government Chief Whip so that we give ministers space on the order paper. We sort all these issues before we go for recess. Now, on the issues coming here, I know you might be looking for honorable ministers and you don't get them. But in my chambers, personally, I have suffered with most of you colleagues who insist, no, you see, I saw the minister, but my constituents needed to see me speaking. People don't see you talking here. So I have many of you. I say, but honorable colleague, I'm calling for you, minister. We are sorting your issue now and then. Says, yeah, thank you. But you see, my people need to see me speaking. and many of you colleagues. And on matters of national importance, colleagues, and colleagues, on matters of disasters and national importance, we have discussed with my colleague, and we have said before you present here a matter of national importance in relation to disaster, please first ensure your district disaster committee, okay? Because that's the right procedure. Your district disaster committee has visited the affected area. They have written to the Prime Minister so that you present here a copy and we say, Prime Minister, what have you done about this? Other than getting an answer of saying, but we haven't received any information from the district. And we then go back, okay? So let's do it that way. Let's do it that way. Honorable Kaberuka, what is the issue? Is on what point are you standing? Procedure?
Yes, sir. Right, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate your guidance. Reading from Honorable Vasariva's presentation, Mr. Speaker, we are constrained as members of parliament, especially when we are taken to be only people who want to speak. But what are we speaking? Mr. Speaker, Parliament is the issues affecting the people. Mr. Speaker, you bear me witness, 3 weeks ago, even a month ago, we talked about the Mga tract in Impungu. The Minister of Tourism have visited 3 times. 3 times. We have agreed many times. But suppose he refuses to do what he promises. What should I do? Mr. Speaker, he's here. The Mga tract, when they cut one ape, one gorilla, they will rush on airplanes with helicopters and rush there. The other day, a lion was killed. All the staff of tourism was in Kanungu for a week. But Mga tract, which was taken, and they know the matter, which was presented here on the floor of the Parliament, they have not responded, and they are there at large. How should we handle this matter?
Honorable Minister, he's here. I shouldn't answer for him.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank Honorable Kaberuka. The issue of Mga tract, I've been handling with him. We agreed that this Friday I will be with him in his constituency. But the problem with Honorable Kaberuka, just a minute. The issue with the Mga tract, we agree that indeed that some of the land there is an issue there. Action in his area.
Honorable, please report back to the House on Tuesday next.
Yes, but what he needs me for is just to show presence. That's all.
Yeah, you go there. You should show presence.
But I'll be there on Friday.
No, please. Honorable Kaberuka, this can't be an exchange. Honorable Ephraim Mubiraro. Procedure, Honorable Kibadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, we appreciate your guidance on reaching out to ministers and having some of these things. And on several occasions, when we come to your office, you normally refer to ministers to have some of these things sorted out before they come to your area. The challenge at times we are having, I will be very clear on this. You engage a minister, and now the minister tries to begin defending her position, begins challenging you. I need to put this. I was one time, Right Honorable, talking to the Minister for Health, Honorable Ruth Jena Cheng, about the shortage of blood in Mulago. Now, what happened, I was equally telling her that we are just buying blood for the patients in Mulago. Now, she was engaging me, taking me, show me where you were buying blood so that we arrest those people. You get it? Now, in Mulago, we don't buy blood. We do this. I even gave her examples. I even told her we have a patient. What they told us, get your relative, take the relative to Nakasero to donate blood, then we shall be in a position to exchange and give you blood.
Honorable, do you think Honorable Jena Cheng was right to ask you who was selling you blood
But
so that they can be arrested?
She was not. Because now, Right Honorable, how do I begin saying that I bought blood from this one and the other one? Yet I'm telling you, I even told you, gave her evidence and told her, go to the hospital and see there is no blood. So I expected her to go, verify, do her research so that she could come and say, okay, let me find out.
Honorable colleagues, when we are approaching ministers, we shouldn't approach ministers to give them assignments to go and do. Okay? Come with credible information and share it. Because it is going to be very dangerous for it to go on record that indeed it is okay to go and buy blood anywhere, for example. The minister was right, honorable colleague, for your own safety. Otherwise, you want people to start vending blood around. So you should have disclosed, but that shouldn't take away her duty of ensuring that indeed we do have blood or investigating. So I have gone an extra mile most of the times. I even call the ministers myself. And either we meet or we resolve issues on phone. But I think this is an issue which will be engagement and engagement. And I hope the ministers are taking note of the concern. Chief, if you wanted to say something on that.
Right Honorable Speaker, the subject matter of blood is very, very important. May I propose, if it pleases members and staff of Parliament, that we organize a blood donation drive within the presence of Parliament and we donate as members of Parliament.
Colleagues, the minister has just given a proposal, which I don't need to put a question. Honorable Ephraim Biraro. Honorable Ephraim Biraro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, they've talked about blood. You doubt that your blood won't be accepted? What's that? That's the quarrel, what's the issue? So please, Honorable Biraro, for us whose blood will be accepted, we shall do. Those who don't want, please, okay? Honorable Biraro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm bringing a matter of national importance and concern. Right Honorable Speaker, in Buhweju, over the last few days, there has been a lot of rain all over the country, and Buhweju is a hilly land. So on Sunday and yesterday, there was heavy rain, and the most affected sub-county is called Revenge, sub-county, and other sub-counties are equally affected. Bridges and culverts were broken and washed away, especially in areas of Revenge Trading Center, Katerera, Nchomberwa, Chirembe, Chitojo, and others. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I'm asking for emergency restoration of those culverts so that commercial vehicles and service delivery vehicles can cross. Number two, prayer, government should patch up these roads so that they are open to commercial activities and transport and service delivery. Prayer number three, I'm asking the office of the Prime Minister to put Buhweju on the suspect list of disasters every rainy season. Right Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, like you said, we need to get a report from the disaster committee, district disaster committee, but all the same, I'm also going to call upon the Minister of Disaster to go and send people to that place so that they can
Thank
do
you.
some.
Honorable Seru Kenya. Procedure, Honorable Semju.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President came to my constituency, specifically in what? And he said the reason roads are not done in my constituency is because I don't sit in the caucus. That's what he said. In the last parliament, we had an MP involved in an accident, the Honorable Gutumoi. The Honorable Jenny Ruth Acheng called the Chiriandong to bring the Honorable Gutumoi to Morago. The ambulance never had fuel. She personally, and I'm thinking about someone who is still available, she can come here and testify, had to send a man on a mobile phone to bring the Honorable to Morago. Are the NRM MPs and keep coming to Parliament to complain about the competence of government, yet he said these things are handled in the caucus.
So, members of the caucus, are you proceeding well? No, colleagues. Colleagues, you know, money for service delivery, which we use in this country, is not appropriated by the caucus. It's money appropriated by this house. It's all of us. So when we don't allocate Honorable Musecheru or Honorable General Sacheng enough money, you know, because of the limited resource envelope we have, we should always come and as colleagues, we appreciate the situation that we are in. So this is not a question of us judging each other, but it's a question of us facing the reality. But now, Honorable Semuja will assign you to ask each one of them because they are your friends. You know? Or in the meeting I promised for you with the president, I think you can ask him also. Honorable Semuja. Honorable Serukanya, Honorable Songaro, and is it a procedure matter?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have listened to my honorable colleagues, especially raising matters of national importance. And most of them, if you can look at the list, they are related to disasters. I also appreciate the Right Honorable Speaker directing look at the matter and respond accordingly, report to the House. But these things are going to continue. Don't you think we should have a very comprehensive program that can address the root causes of these challenges? Because disasters are going to continue. I understand the Office of the Prime Minister has already made the plan, the disaster risk reduction plan, and I think it is going to be launched soon. We need that comprehensive document so that we can address disasters in totality. And most of them are cutting our roads, washing away our bridges, and affecting the economy. So much as the ministers can go individually to specific districts or constituencies, I think we need a comprehensive undertaking if we really want to have a healthy economy in this country.
Thank you.
For example, right now—
Honorable, we don't have much time. And
okay, to conclude, right now in the whole of Greater Nebi, you cannot access the international route, which is bringing a lot of money to the country. The border posts are all blocked because of disasters. Rain is a cutting of the roads. So we need a comprehensive plan to address this.
Thank you. Now, I think, colleagues, what we can do for now, because we usually handle these issues in a general manner, we need to handle season by season. We know now we are in a disaster-prone season. Let the Prime Minister on Thursday come and present to us comprehensively the preparedness to handle this season. For example, do we have money? Because we want to know how much money do we have for handling disasters during this rainy season. Okay? I know whenever there is money, members' issues are addressed. But when there is no money, so we need that. Number two, I had told the Prime Minister that during this period, up to around November, we need the Minister for Works and Roads and the Minister for Disaster always be in this house. Because, I mean, I have a whole list. Today I received 18 issues, on disaster. So if I'm to allow each and every member to raise all these issues, we shall spend a whole day here addressing one simple issue arising from slow response to members' issues. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, on a Thursday, come tell us how you're prepared for this season at least. If there is no money, we know that indeed finance should tell us why they have not allocated money which were appropriated in the budget. And that should cover disaster and roads, emergency situation. Now, I didn't know I was opening a Pandora's box. From me? You,
Right,
honorable
Honorable
colleagues,
Speaker.
why are you no longer scared of me? Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you are the
Speaker.
right person to give us clarification. The reason why I'm rising on the point of clarification, not procedure, is because every year we get ministerial policy statements and we study them. And we know that the Ministry of Disaster is one of the ministries that is a matter of concern. People normally appropriate money for that ministry. And also I'm aware that there is a provision for contingency fund for extreme crises that cannot be anticipated. So really, right, Honorable Speaker, for us to massage problems and ask the Speaker to come and give us general statement is unfair. We want to
The
know
Speaker or
the
the
decision we have taken. I beg your pardon?
The Speaker or the Prime Minister?
Sorry, the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister coming here to give us statement in generality without specifically addressing decisions that have been taken by Parliament before, how the money has been used, and why preventive mechanism and curative mechanism. So we want to know, the Prime Minister must come and first tell us what is it that they have done, which we have already prescribed as Parliament. And then they can come with the holistic policies which we can discuss. Because right now, right, Honorable Speaker, I have been to Tororo, and I was really surprised to see people of Tororo still selling charcoal. And yet we are in a disaster situation. People are cutting trees and there is nothing the government is doing. Things are happening, people are doing nothing.
Thank you. Colleagues.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking clarification.
Thank you. Colleagues, please take your seats. That's why I have said, for us to be specific, let's reduce our demands to this rainy season. Yes, for now, to be specific so that we are not general. Because at least we want to know how much money are you having? Do you have items in your stores? Do we have money for Ministry of Works to address emergencies where roads have been and bridges have been washed away? Okay? We become very specific. We don't go for general rated issues because Honorable Tamaguzi has the same issue. I will start reading your list, people who have brought issues of disaster. I just read the whole list and then I speak on your behalf because you're many. You're many. Honorable Sir Kenya. Honorable Minister.
For the record, Right Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, recent Honorable Boss, he might be going to proper.
One of the core mandate of the Uganda People's Defense Forces is to help. It's a constitutional obligation. And Right Honorable Speaker, you're right about asking the Prime Minister to give the information relating to that. But the reason I rise up is that I happened by God's grace to come from Tororo. And the Honorable Cecilia Ogwal has put in the record of this Parliament that we are charcoal sellers. The environmental issues of this country is a concern to everyone. But I want to give information is that you might find where there's a butcher, but where they don't even rear cattle. Just like you'd find where they're selling charcoal, but it's being traded from Lira or Dokolo. So I just wanted to give that.
Colleagues, I think that's 1-to-1, isn't it? It's a draw. So since we have a draw, let's go to Honorable Kenya.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
and the August House.
Get
allow me-
closer to the microphone, Honorable colleague.
It's on. Honorable Speaker and the August House, allow me to bring it to your attention that the drainage of Entebbe Road at Bata Rufka is alarming. The company that was doing maintenance is no longer operating. In these recent rains, the place is ever flooding. People have lost a lot of properties and the road is ever cut off, yet it is the main link of our country to the Western world. Honorable Speaker, the culverts crossing the roads are very small and cannot accommodate the water overload. This part of the road is below the sea level. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is an ongoing, but to my surprise, they have just put a top layer instead of improving the drainage of this place. Yet I had already informed the executive director of UNRWA. My humble prayers, immediate unblocking of the drainage of Entebbe Road at Bata. 2, replacing small culverts, crossing the roads with channels of big boxes and raise the road. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Prof. Makin Yesava Gabo.
Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, this has just been brought to our attention. I'll draw the attention of the Directorate of UNRWA to look at what can be done immediately, particularly if they're just removing the silt. But like my senior colleague the other day said, there is a challenge of siltation sometimes and blocking of drainage across the country as a consequence of sometimes the actions of our own people. But for this one, we'll address it directly.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Please link up with the member. Honorable Muse Chweru. Honorable Chweru, kindly link up with the member. I'll be asking a member if you have taken action on his issue. You don't need to come back and report this here. I'll be linking with the member. Our colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Dube Rock Primary School from Tareja District, represented by Honorable Mutembri Yusuf and Honorable Florence Andiru Nebanda. They have come to observe proceedings of the House. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, colleagues, I saw you registered over 20 matters of national importance. Some I've sent them to the Prime Minister, others I will handle tomorrow. Clerk, I need the Minister to bring a statement on Ebola.
Ministerial statement on the reported Ebola outbreak in the country.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of this August House, the Ministry of Health wishes to present to you a statement on Ebola virus disease outbreak in Mubende district in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Ministry of Health wishes to inform this August House of a confirmed Ebola virus disease outbreak in Mubende district. On the 15th of September 2022, one suspected case patient of viral hemorrhagic fever was identified and isolated in Mubende Regional Referral Hospital.
Colleagues, can we have vote in the House? Let's listen to the Minister.
The suspected case patient was a 24-year-old male who lived in Ngabona village of Madudu, sub-county in Mubende district. He was a referral from a private clinic of St. John Medical Clinic in Eastern Division of Mende municipality where he had just been referred. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, the patient presented with high-grade fever, convulsions, blood-stained vomitus, and diarrhea loss of appetite, and pain in swallowing. He also presented with chest pain, dry cough, and bleeding in the eyes. While in the isolation unit at Mbende Regional Referral Hospital, the patient developed yellowing of eyes, tea-colored urine, and complained of abdominal pain on the 17th of September 2022. The clinical team took a sample from the patient, having suspected to have a viral hemorrhagic fever sample, and was received in the laboratory of the Uganda Virus Research Institute on the 18th September 2022, and results released on the 19th September 2022. Early in the morning of 19 September 2022, the confirmed index case passed on, and the body is still currently kept in the Mbende Regional Referral Hospital mortuary, separated from other bodies awaiting safe and dignified burial. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, more information is still being gathered concerning the possible sources of infection and contacts of this confirmed case. This is the second Ebola Sudan strain in Uganda. The first case was reported in Luero district in 2012. This was diagnosed and ended on the index case. There was no secondary transmission reported by then. The incubation for Ebola Sudan period is 2 to 21 days. Like all other Ebola strains, this is a serious disease with significant morbidity and mortality. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, about Ebola. Ebola is viral, acute disease that can turn fatal if left untreated. Ebola is transmitted through the following. 1, close contact with the blood, secretions, organs, or other bodily fluids bats, chimpanzees, gorillas, monkeys, forest antelope, or porcupines found ill or dead in the rainforest. Number 2, human-human transmission via direction or direct contact through broken skin or mucous membranes. Number 3, through blood or body fluids of a person who is sick with or has died from Ebola. Now, the body fluids like blood, feces, vomit from a person sick with Ebola or the body of a person who died from Ebola. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, some of the symptoms of Ebola. Any suspected Ebola patient will present some of the following symptoms: sudden onset fever, fatigue, chest pain, diarrhea, vomiting, unexplained bleeding, yellowing of eyes. Bleeding manifestation is usually late, presented after the above symptoms. The Ministry of Health has strengthened its efforts to prevent further spread of the Ebola virus within the country through the following interventions. This is after this case was noticed. The National Rapid Response Team has been dispatched to support the district responding to the virus outbreak. The team has been equipped with a sizable amount of logistics, including an isolation tent, the AVD kits, and other essential supplies. Right, Honorable Speaker, colleagues, intervention number 2, the ministry has put in place surveillance and contact tracing. The cases, screening travelers at both designated and undesignated points of entry, active case search both within communities and health facilities. Intervention number 3, line listing of all possible contacts to the disease index case has commenced in Mwende and Kiboga districts. Number 4, intervention, safe and dignified burial of the confirmed index case will be conducted today, 20th September 2022. Intervention number 5, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Health will intensify risk communication and community engagements to include awareness in the Ebola among the communities. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, there have been unexplained deaths and the ministry wishes to respond as follows. On suspicion of the viral hemorrhagic fever, the district rapid response team that is in Mubende initiated the investigations in the community as there were unconfirmed deaths in different communities. This was a result of community reports of strange illness and sudden deaths in the villages of Madudu and Kiruma sub-counties. The district team verified the deaths as follows. A total of 6 deaths had occurred in Kiruma and Mududu sub-county. 3 adults and 3 children between the 1st and the 15th of September 2022. All the deceased have since been buried. However, the Minister of Health cannot confirm that they succumbed to the Ebola virus disease because they have already been buried. But their contacts are being listed and will be followed up for the surveillance and tracing of their contacts. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, the Minister of Health has instituted preliminary containment measures to control the outbreak in the districts and the surrounding districts. The Ministry calls upon the population across the country and Mubende sub-region in particular to remain calm but remain vigilant to report any suspected case to the nearest health facility for assessment. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, this is an appeal to our health workers. The Minister of Health urges all health workers to have highest index of suspicion and maintain heightened safe precautions. Private clinics are encouraged to observe the standard operating procedures and report any suspected case to the nearest district health authorities for further investigations and management. Right Honorable Speaker, this appeal goes to all members of Parliament and to the public. For the public, in particular, the public is urged to avoid physical contacts of anyone with the above symptoms that I have listed above. Continue with washing hands and maintain good hygiene at all times. Avoid contact with body fluids that include urine, blood, sweat, saliva, vomitus, and stool. Handling of dead bodies suspected to have Ebola-like symptoms should be supervised by the health team and undergo a safe and dignified burial to prevent further spread within the communities. All public places in the country are urged to institute hand washing facilities. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, according to the International Health Regulation 2005, movements of people from one place to another within the country and between countries is not restricted during the disease outbreak. Therefore, the Minister of Health reiterates that Uganda is safe and all national and international travelers are free to travel to and within the country as we continue as the ministry to strengthen surveillance of the case. We affirm as a ministry that all places of economic and social interaction in Uganda, such as national parks and tourist sites, are open and accessible to the public, and people are free to visit any place of interest in Uganda. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I'm confident that the Minister of Health and partners will contain the spread of Ebola outbreak, and there is no cause for alarm or fear, but we advise all Ugandans to remain vigilant and alert, and I urge all Ugandans to avoid handshaking, hugging, and to observe sanitation and hygiene practices such as washing hands. I repeat, Right Honorable Speaker, for emphasis. For emphasis, I urge all Ugandans to avoid handshaking, hugging, and observe sanitation and hygiene practices such as washing hands with soap and clean water at all times, both at health facilities and communities. And I want to take this opportunity to ask colleagues that putting on a mask is also an important issue, and request that we must also observe the standard ops and be vigilant. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I beg to submit and promise that surveillance is continuing, and we shall come back to this house and continue reporting as the cases unfold. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, this statement is for information purposes, but I can get like 2 MPs from the affected areas. I have Mubende where the case was found, and I also have Kisoro, you know. Yes. One, you see, colleagues, not everyone will speak on this matter. We have other matters which we have to consider. Honorable Pasco.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The Mbabas Pasco. I represent Wekula constituency, the very constituency where the breakout is. Ebola being in my constituency, it is very absurd. And 1 month ago, I reported about the operations of the gold mine field in my constituency. And this younger boy of 24 years who died has been a border rider.
Honorable Kasai, before you go, the issue they are raising is close to your work as a ministry. Yes.
Has been a border rider who has been doing his businesses from the mine fields to Ngabano Trading Center, one of the busiest centers in Buekula. 1 month ago, I reported that if the operations of the mine fields are not regulated, a catastrophe would happen very soon. And this is what has happened. Mr. Speaker, I feel pity that the things or the submissions we make here sometimes are taken for granted. Because my people are now dying. They are reporting 1 person, but there are over 7 with similar symptoms and signs. We've been burying people. Over 25 people have been buried between Kansambia, that is Madudu sub-county, and Kasolo Kamponye in Chiruma sub-county. And they are the very sub-counties that are being quoted to have received a case of Ebola outbreak in Mubende district.
Okay.
I expected in minister's report to tell us that a standby group of ambulance operators and the drivers has been set there in case if the cases are many to ferry these people from Mubende to Mulago or other health centers. More so, I expected the minister to talk about the awareness. Our people need to get knowledge, need to be educated. They should pay radio stations. We have over 5 radio stations in Mubende district and surrounding areas where information can be disseminated to make our people know the dangers of the outbreak. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Ministry of Health should also include leaders within. Now, they conducted a meeting today, but we are not aware, we are not consulted, we are not told, we are not informed. I just got information that the meeting was taking place in RDC's office. So please, this country is not in one man.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. We have, I think that's why, colleagues, it was important to pick a colleague from the affected area. Honorable Kamara, your border point with Congo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come from Muksoro.
Honorable Kasai, I don't know, today is plenary, please. You're moving without my permission. Please, I can't call you back and then you again rush around. they have told you this Ebola has started with the miners. The MP clearly told you here. He warned you, we are going to have a problem with artisanal miners, and I want you to respond. So, but you're rushing out.
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you are aware, Kisoro district is at the border with the Congo. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is time when Kisoro, for example, is receiving very many refugees from Congo. You are well aware that we have got our brothers and sisters in DRC Congo. Now Mubende has just been affected simply because of that big mine, gold mine that is there, where people want to go and make money. Similarly, Kisoro may be affected because in the morning I called even our medical personnel in Kisoro to find out whether there could be any case. Fortunately, there is no case there. What I want to request is the ministry, putting in mind, and all of us were aware that Uganda is a tourism country. This matter must be treated with serious urgency. I expect and I request the ministry that if this problem has been identified in Mubende, it is better and it should be an emergency that the ministry should not sit here in Kampala. They must go to Mubende, find out all of those people with the symptoms, people with the signs, isolate them, make sure that this is put to an end. Because if this is not done, we are going to see it in newspapers, just local newspapers and those international papers, that now Uganda affected by Ebola.
Thank you, Chairman.
This must be treated. Okay, information.
Chairman, Committee on Health.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. It is true that today at midday, BBC was reporting the outbreak of Ebola in Uganda, and of course that has
Switch on, Honorable, switch on.
It's true that BBC today at midday reported the outbreak of Ebola in Uganda, and that has ramifications on the tourism industry. And yes, I agree that gold mines in general are potential drivers of Ebola because they are habitats for bats. So those are areas that I think the Ministry of Health should look into. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I have it on good authority that one of the first outbreaks of Ebola in 2001, index number 1 was a UPDF patient coming from the operation in DR Congo. That's why the epicenters were Gulu and Mbarara. The two divisions that pulled out of Congo went to Mbarara and to Gulu. Today, we're in Congo for Operation Shuja. UPDF has a barracks in Muwende. I am just giving that information that could be one of the channels of investigation as we also explore the channel of the mines. Thank you very much.
Cassandra.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I appreciate the Ministry for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to report to the House that Kasanda borders Mubende and actually Madudu sub-county where the case was found, borders right next to Bweyongede Parish in Kalwana sub-county in Kasanda district. And we have 2 gold mines as well. And these people are always, moving from one area to another, just crossing our districts like that. Unfortunately, in the interventions that the minister has read, I haven't had Kasanda district mentioned anywhere. They mentioned Muwende and Chivoga, leaving the Kasanda in the middle and not, addressing those issues. So I really do pray that the ministry would send those interventions, the rapid teams, the watch to Kasanda district so that our people can be taken care of. Right now, they're in dire panic mode and very worried about the consequences of what may happen since we are neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember when I was still a young girl in primary school. The Ebola
You're still young, Honorable.
I have now grown. I'm not like those days when I was that one. Right Honorable Speaker, I get scared when I hear the issue of Ebola outbreak. The first outbreak that I saw in Gulu district was right behind our house where we were staying. Right Honorable Speaker, people died. It was terrible. That outbreak claimed the life of Dr. Lokuya. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister made a statement, but I'm more interested in the need to cause awareness in the community more. The need to protect these health workers at the hospitals, and also the need to control the border points. Right Honorable Speaker, you are not safe from Mitoma. Ebola spreads like wildfire. I therefore really appeal to this House that the Honorable Minister maybe be given another time to give us a comprehensive report on how prepared are we in an event that the outbreak spreads across the country, because this is worse than the COVID-19. Thank you.
Aza?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The border between Uganda and Sudan is so porous, especially stretching from Koboko, Yumbe, Moyo, Azumane, and up to Amur. And the refugees move without check. There are urban refugees who move from town to town without control. There are some in Arua town, others in Koboko town, Yumbe town, Moyo town, Azumane town, and so on. They move without control. Those that have settled in the camps, in the settlement areas. But the way they move, their movement is uncontrolled and is not checked. And this, I'm afraid, will really lead to the spread of Ebola in our area. And really, Honorable Minister, I want to interest you to really come down there and really see what's taking place there. People are moving without control. I want to repeat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Wanuka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Ebola is a highly contagious disease with serious economic effects. The numbers which Honorable Mbabazi, the fatalities is talking about, they are very worrying. They are not what the minister is giving to this House. The minister is talking of 1 death and 6 that they are not yet confirmed. The Honorable Mbabazi is talking about 25 fatalities. I'm not convinced from what I'm hearing from the minister. What has been saving us as a country? We have always invested a lot in awareness in the issues of Ebola, and that has helped this country to fight Ebola. We want to hear from the Minister of Health. Maybe she goes back and comes back to this Parliament with a more comprehensive statement on what the nation needs to do in terms of readiness for Ebola in the entire country. Because what we are reading now from the statement of the MP, it is worrying, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Energy, the mines. Because the colleague warned a long time ago.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Ebola is a contagious disease, as he has said it. And the way to go is we create awareness and we condone the area. If it is confirmed, then we declare that place, we declare quarantine in it, restrict the movement. And that's a responsibility of the Ministry of Health. For us in the minerals, once it has been declared, because our interest is living people to gain from mining. We don't have any restriction, but to go by the directives of Ministry of Health. So we are ready to close the mine if it is declared so.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. These artisanal miners are connected wherever they are. Some come from Uvende, they are in Buwenju. By the way, they are not even many. It's a network. It's usually a network of a few who are being used. Because I remember last time we went to Buwenju to meet the artisanal miners. someone who was mining and quarreling said he had never seen gold. So we said, so what? You see, there are many corners. You see that building? Me, I dig the soil stuff. Then I said, what are you quarreling for if you've never even seen gold? So they are also ran by some people. It's a network. So, and you find they pick artisanal miners from this mine. They are driven to another mine, you know. And then also honorable colleagues who are in the field, who are going to the field. So some of you are moving to the field. You're going to bring us Ebola here. And we are going to go back, we review. Yes, we meet with the Minister of Health as the leadership of the House. We see measures we can put here, whether it means restricting visitors and all that, but that will go with the guidance of the Minister of Health, for which I'm going to request the clerk. So, let Honorable both of us.
Much obliged, right, Honorable Speaker. We shall do exactly according to directives, and will be coming back here. We are still continuing with surveillance. All our district surveillance teams and the national surveillance team is on alert, and they are moving and they are working together. We are taking the issue very serious. All the neighbors, and we said all Mubende region and districts around, we are taking care, and all the borders that have said. We said in the statement, we have sent out all alerts to our ministry, official surveillance teams at every border entry. We shall continue surveillance. We shall come as the cases come in. Difference of cases is the ones which we got from 15, but we are still going through that. I thank you so much, Dr. Baiga. We shall come together and work out on this. Thank you so much.
Honorable, no, Honorable both of us can wait. And that me first speak Honorable Chivumbi, then you come in.
Right, Honorable Speaker. One, Mila treats Ebola. Right, Honorable Speaker. I was supposed to ask Honorable Madam Segona to do a Google research quickly. What constitutes an outbreak? Because carefully listening to the minister was reporting a singular figure and qualifying it as an outbreak. When I listened to the minister's statement, it was reporting one single day and qualifying it as an outbreak. So we made a quick Google search about what constitutes an outbreak. And my quick guess is that the minister is not being wholly honest. Had it been one singular case, she would not have alarmed the country with the known economic and international ramifications that comes with that statement. Therefore, my bone of contention is that the situation could be more dire than she's reporting in terms of the information she has. She could be being fairly economic or shy with the truth. Because, honorable colleagues, the country is recovering from COVID. And we know the impact and the poverty levels in the country. So any information that further scares investors, tourists, should be adequately, carefully controlled. And I believe this is a security matter. Right, honorable colleagues, the last time I was in northern Uganda, I think I was in, I was in Arua with the honorable Atiku, a little bit during the Ebola virus. He went on sensitization of people who eat wild birds, saying that one of the easiest ways to leading to the spread of Ebola are communities that feed on and hunt for wild birds. So we would urge communities have a habit of bird hunting and eating those wild birds to go on a massive sensitization, because birds easily spread Ebola. And they move from long distances, by the way, long distances. They can even move from Western area, Western Africa quickly, and as the season changes.
Therefore, my humble appeal, before you go very far, we all know communities that really hunt and go after these wild birds. Please go and tell your people that is grossly, that will lead to a huge spread, rapid spread of Ebola.
Thank you.
Then the Minister of Health. I think I agree with the position by the Minister for Minerals, is that on this matter, let us be fairly radical in our approach. If it means quarantining a given area, so be it. I beg to move. Right.
Thank you. Honorable Boss.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I agree with the sentiments and the statement by Honorable Chivumbi and others about Ebola and how it spreads. And also the chairperson of the Health Committee referred to the UPDF in the past. Let the record capture this correctly, that Mubende, we don't have a barracks, we have a rehabilitation center. And that the Operation Soldier, we've not had anybody, no soldier coming back. So they will definitely come back. They're Ugandans, and they're doing a great job there. So for the record, it's not related to the movements of our troops. And then I remember that the day we buried General El Tumuine, that's the day that the vaccines through Ministry of Health, we predicted our troops. And right now, the border in Bwera, you can't cross to Uganda or going the other side without your body temperature, and the mechanisms are being put. And I think that's one of the reasons that I thought I could put this on record.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Minister of Health, please give us regular updates, but also Committee on Health. This is your task now. Ensure that you keep in touch with the Minister of Health and monitoring the situation. And any day you feel you have a report to bring to the House in regard to this matter, we shall give you space. Okay? So, but Honorable Minister, at least on Tuesday, update this House. Next item.
Item 3, motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2020-2021, Health Sector.
Chairperson, Honorable Medad Segona.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. The Speaker, you have guided before that because I have a report of...
Honorable, you have 30 minutes maximum.
Thank you, Mr.
If
Speaker.
you use the rest, the better.
Yes, you have advised me before that we should use as little time as we possibly can. And it's a report of 115 pages. However, you guided me that I could read an executive summary.
Yeah, read an executive summary and then crack, you will capture the full report on the Hansard.
Yes, and Mr. Speaker, I am required by the rules before reading the report to present to you the minutes of the Public Accounts Committee Central Government, all filed and which form the basis of this report. I beg to lay on table. I also beg to lay a copy of the executive summary that I'm going to read for purposes of your record. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, Article 163(4) of the Constitution of Uganda mandates the Auditor General to submit to Parliament an annual report of the accounts audited by him for the financial year immediately preceding. The Constitution further, under Article 163(5), requires Parliament to debate and consider the report and take appropriate action within 6 months after the submission by the Auditor General. The report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2020-21 was presented on the floor on 3rd February 2022 and referred to the committee for consideration. In accordance with the Rule 174 of the Rules of Procedure, the Committee on Public Accounts Committee Central Government considered the Auditor General's report for the financial year 2020-21 on the health sector to satisfy itself, among others, that A, the monies appropriated by Parliament and disbursed were legally available for and applicable for the services or purpose to which they were being appropriated or charged. The expenditure conforms, that's B, to the authority which governs it. C, reappropriation has been made in accordance with the provisions of the rules of a competent authority. And finally, D, that the intended value of the extended monies was attained. Scope. The report covers audit queries contained in the report of the Auditor General for the period ended 30th June 2021 in respect of the health sector. In particular, focusing on the Ministry of Health, the National Referral Hospitals of Mulago, Kirudu, Butabika, China-Uganda Friendship Naguru, Kawempe, and all regional referral hospitals. In addition, the report covers findings on other specialized related institutions of votes and programs, such as the Uganda Heart Institute, the Cancer Institute, Uganda Blood Transfusion Services, Uganda Virus Research Institute. Others include the National Health Research Organization, the Joint Clinical Research Center, and Uganda Reproductive, Maternal, and Child Health Services Improvement Project methodology. The committee held meetings with accounting officers and staff of all national referral hospitals, regional referral hospitals, the Ministry of Health, and other specialized votes under the sector, including the Uganda Heart Institute, Uganda Cancer Institute, Uganda Virus Research Institute, Uganda Blood Transfusion Services, the Joint Research Organization. The committee further carried out field visits to selected regional hospitals and district hospitals of Arua, Mbale, Mubende, Poto, Nebi, Tororo, respectively, to appreciate the conditions in which they operate, the extent of implementation of development budget, and general levels of service delivery to Ugandans. In the visits, the committee observed the physical condition of the infrastructure and equipment. Members also interacted with hospital staff, as well as other stakeholders, with a keen interest in understanding service delivery related aspects, as well as the working environment of the hospital staff. So, Speaker, the committee further conducted desk research to understand the legal and policy provisions relating to appropriation, disbursement, expenditure, and accountability of public funds. The committee examined the report of the Auditor General in respect of the entity's accounts for the year under review, and the memoranda, responses, and other documents submitted by the witnesses, to whom we are immensely grateful. Right Honorable Speaker, because of the volume of the report, allow me to present on the general observations and recommendations on issues that cut across almost all entities in this sector. General observations and recommendations. The existence of approved strategic plans. The Auditor General noted that in a number of votes under the health sector had prepared their strategic plans late and therefore had not been approved by the National Planning Authority by the time of the audit. The committee notes that this was in breach of paragraph 5 of the Budget Execution Circular for the financial year 2020-21, which had noted poor alignment of government budgets with the to ensure that all activities for the year were aligned with the NDP3 and implemented accordingly. The committee noted that in a number of cases, approval of these plans had been delayed as a result of sheer negligence on the part of accounting officers and their staff who had prepared the plans late and never made follow-ups for necessary approvals. For example, Kawempe, Mubende, and the Lira Regional Referral Hospitals and others only received their certificates of compliance from NPA in the third quarter of the financial year under review. In most of the other institutions, the approvals were made in the subsequent financial years. The committee observes that this failure to submit strategic plans in time could cause serious distortion of planning and implementation of government programs, thereby compromising service delivery. The committee recommends, therefore, that all accounting officers should prepare institutions' strategic plans in time and seek the necessary approval from National Planning Authority. This is to ensure that all implementation of government activities are aligned to NDP3. The committee further recommends that accounting officers who fail to submit their strategic plans in time should be sanctioned by the appointing authority. These sanctions should include, among others, stripping them of the function and mandate as accounting officers. Further, the committee recommends that NPA should, for the future, expedite the review and approval process of the plans prepared and presented by accounting officers. 3.2, quantification of outputs stroke activities. Section 13, subsection 15 of the Public Finance Management Act provides that a policy statement shall contain A, the achievements of the votes for the previous year, B, the annual 3 months work plans and outputs, the objectives, outputs, targets, and performance indicators of the work plans and outcomes, C, the annual procurement plan, D, annual recruitment plan, and E, a statement of these actions taken by the vote to implement the recommendations of Parliament in respect of the report of the Auditor General in the preceding financial year. Regulation 11.3 of the PFMR, that is the Public Finance Management Regulations 2016, requires that a vote prepares work plans that indicate the outputs of a vote for the financial year. The committee observed that a significant number of votes failed and/or neglected to comply with the statutory provisions. This had serious implications on the alignment of activities to policy statements, thereby distorting planning and implementing government programs, thereby compromising service delivery. The committee notes that most accounting officers did not know how to quantify their activities so as to align them with the budget and strategic plans. In most cases, the reported performance in generic terms such as medical supplies, maintenance and equipment purchased. This is difficult to ascertain in detail the activities and/or items. The committee further observed that failure to provide details of the quantified activities renders assessment of performance impossible, which compromises accountability. The budget is distorted and the proper planning is inhibited. It was clear to the committee throughout the hearings that entities lacked qualified staff to properly handle the quantification function. In Soroti Regional Referral Hospital, for example, the officer charged with the function was an orthopedic officer. The committee recommends as follows. All entities should hire qualified personnel dedicated to the quantification function and should receive regular and adequate training. 2, all entities that fail to comply with Section 13.15 of the PFMA or that delay to submit their quantified outputs should be sanctioned and have their budgets rejected. 3, All entities, without exception, should, for effective assessment of their performance in relation to the budget. 3.3, implementation of quantified output. Right Honorable Speaker, Section 1315B, 13, subsection 15B of the PFMA 2015 states that a policy statement submitted by vote shall contain an annual and 3 months work plan, outputs, targets, and performance indicators of work plan. Equally, Regulation 11.3 of the PFMR 2016 requires the vote to prepare work plans that indicate the outputs of the vote for the financial year, the indicators that are to be used to gauge the performance of the outputs and funds allocated to each activity. From the report of the Auditor General, most votes under the health sector did not implement their outputs fully. Many accounting officers the committee interacted with attributed this to partial implementation of the lockdown instituted by government at the time as a measure to curb the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. It should be noted, however, that although COVID-19 disruptions were a reality, health workers were categorized as essential workers at the time and therefore were expected to carry an implementation of some of the planned activities. The committee notes that the number of staff at these institutions had been significantly reduced at the time of the lockdown, which hampered the implementation of the quantified outputs. Auditor General noted that out of 8 sampled outputs, only 2 were fully implemented, leaving 6 partially implemented, while Lira Regional Referral Hospital was noted to have partially implemented only 1 output, with a total of 6 activities worth 2.32 billion shillings. Out of the 6 activities, only 2 were implemented fully, leaving 4 partially implemented. The same cases of partial implementation can be cited in Mubende, Entebbe, Soroti, and Jinja Regional Referral Hospitals. The committee recommends that accounting officers should ensure that the planned and approved outputs are fully implemented. Submission of accurate quarterly performance reports. The Auditor General reported disregard of timelines, especially of submitting quarterly performance reports by most regional referral hospitals. This contravenes Section 21, subsection 3 of the PFMA 2015 and the Treasury Instructions of 2017, which require the accounting officers to prepare reports for each quarter of the financial year, and that it should be submitted to the Treasury not later than 15 days after the end of each quarter. Mr. Speaker, most of the accounting officers the committee interacted with showed demonstrated lack of awareness and appreciation of these timelines and seemed not briefed by their respective hospital administrators, who in most cases equally demonstrated lack of knowledge of the process. And lack of knowledge simply meant ignorance. The committee observes that failure to submit performance reports in time and failure to prepare monitoring plans affects timely tracking and evaluation of performance. The committee therefore recommends that the accounting officers should prepare budget monitoring plans and reports to facilitate performance tracking within the stipulated timeline. Accounting officers should ensure that their planners are up to date with those statutory submissions in terms of timelines and strictly adhere to them at all times. Absorption of funds. A number of entities were noted in the report of the Auditor General to have failed to optimally absorb the funds that were allocated to them, causing money to be swept back to the Treasury. These funds were mostly meant for wage, gratuity, and pension that were not fully paid by the end of the financial year. Most accounting officers attributed this to delays in recruitment by the Health Service Commission and Ministry of Public Service. The committee had a chance to interact with the Health Service Commission on the matters noted It noted that, that the long bureaucratic process of recruitment that reportedly takes an average of 5 months were partly to blame for the delays in recruitment. While interacting with some of these entities, the committee discovered that the majority of the affected accounting officers did not seek a revision of their budget and work plans as provided for under Section 17, subsection 3 of the PFMA 2015. For example, Mulago National Referral Hospital had a total warrant of 63,573,318,357 shillings received during the financial year, out of which 59,379,356,427 Uganda shillings was spent, resulting in an unspent balance of 4,193,961,930 shillings, representing an absorption level of 93.4%. Lira Hospital had a total warrant of Uganda shillings 11,498,592,809 received during the financial year, out of which 9,631,737,017 shillings was spent, resulting in an unspent balance of 1,866,855,792, representing an absorption capacity or level of 83.8%. And Mubende Hospital had a total receipts of in the financial year of Uganda shillings 11,297,149,897, out of which 9,155,075,000, representing 81%, was spent by the entity, resulting in an unspent balance of Uganda shillings 2,142,074,897, representing an absorption rate of 19%. The committee also noted with concern a growing trend by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, releasing money over and above what the entities request for. In a letter to the PSST dated 24th March 2020, for example, Lira Regional Referral Hospital submitted gratuity estimates of 138,204,004 shillings. However, the Ministry of Finance sent the sum of Uganda shillings 638,938,448, over and above what was requested. Similarly, Mubende Hospital reported an unspent balance of 2.15 billion, attributing it to the allocation of pension and gratuity funds by the Ministry of Finance over and above the requirements of the vote. The committee notes that this is one of the causes of underabsorption. Section 17 of the PFMA states that any appropriation by Parliament shall expire by 30th June of that particular financial year and cease to have effect at the close of the financial year for which it is made. The committee observes that remittance of more funds than are required by the entity does not only distort budgetary planning, but also starves other deserving entities which fail to implement their plans as a result of inadequate financing. The committee recommends that the Accountant General strictly enforces Section 15, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, which requires that annual cash flow plans issued under the subsection 1 be the basis for release of funds to the entities. B, accounting officers should strictly adhere to the annual budget performance contract signed with the PSST pursuant to Section 45 of the PFMA 2015. Deliver on the activities in the work plan of the vote for the financial year submitted under Section 13 subsection 15 of the PFMA 2015. C, the release of more funds than required by the entities should be investigated by way of a forensic audit. Performance of NTR. The Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Auditor General noted in his report that a review of the approved revenue estimates of the financial year it is under the health sector. Many accounting officers were found not to have budgeted for NTR during the year under review. These included Mubende Regional Referral Hospital, Mulago National Referral Hospital, and the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health explained that their mandate did not categorize them as an NTR collecting entity until the advent of COVID-19. For the other hospitals, however, it was observed by the committee that the NTR collections were significantly low compared to what had been budgeted despite getting appropriation in aid. Many accounting officers attributed these shortfalls to the COVID-19 disruptions and challenges in the IFMS that did not provide for budgeting of NTR. For example, Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital had budgeted to collect 1 billion in local revenue, but only managed to collect 52 million, representing 5.2% performance. This was attributed to a decision by the Ministry of Health to close the hospital to all other general services and hand on the COVID-19 cases, leading to a shortfall in the revenue. Mr. Speaker, equally, Lira Regional Referral Hospital that had budgeted to collect 80 million during the year managed to collect 43 million, representing a performance of 54.6%. The entity attributed this to the disruptions caused by COVID-19 pandemic that affected their revenue collection from intern students from the various medical schools in Lira and beyond. This affected their NTR collections at the time. The committee notes that such shortfalls in revenue at the vote level results in aggregate revenue shortfalls at the treasury level, which in turn negatively affects the implementation of planned activities at a governmental level. The committee notes that instruction 4.10.2 of the Treasury Instructions 2017 requires planning and budgeting to be closely linked to the budget to reflect the entity's policies over the period. A statement of intent against the performance, against which performance is measured. Therefore, not budgeting for NTR undermines the importance of budgeting process and affects the posting of the entity accounts. The committee therefore recommends that the entities should strictly plan for NTR in their budgeting process to avoid distortion in economic planning. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should always provide technical assistance to entities in areas of economic planning and budgeting. Entities should further look for ways of diversifying their revenue sources to ensure that they meet their targeted NTR threshold. Delayed remittance of deductions to Uganda Consumers Lenders and Association, UCLA, and Uganda Bankers Association, UBA. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Auditor General noted that a significant number of referral hospitals, statutory payroll deductions were made without making timely remittances to the lending institutions, contrary Notice number 2 of 2019, which requires payroll deduction to be remitted concurrently with salary payments. In the case of Mubende Regional Referral Hospital, for example, deductions to a tune of 151 million were not remitted in accordance with the above establishment notice. The accounting officer attributed this to system challenge. The committee did not believe him. For example, Masaka Regional Referral Hospital payroll deductions of Uganda shillings 222,282,880 were not concurrently remitted with salary payments in 10 out of the 12 months, with average delay of 11 days. Such delays to remit deductions arising out of a loan obligation create accumulated arrears that expose the staff to increased loan burden through interest and surcharge. It also encumbers their financial cards, thereby curtailing their ability to access credit facilities in the future. The recommendation is that the committee recommends strict adherence to paragraph 461 of the establishment notice number 2 of 2019, failure of which should attract sanctions to the accounting officer in question. Delayed remittance of pay as you earn to deductions to URA. The Auditor General noted that a number of entities such as Mubende, Lira, Gulu, Kabale, Moroto Regional Referral Hospitals, and others delayed remittance of payee deductions to URA for periods ranging from 13 to 27 days, disregarding Section 123 of the Income Tax Act 1997, which requires withholding agents to remit to URA being withheld within 15 days after the end of each month, in which the payment subject to withholding tax is made. The committee noted that a number of entities delayed remittances to deductions to URA contrary to the law. Accounting officers attributed this to system failures, although the committee received no evidence of this communication to URA. It is also incomprehensible that these system failures would affect all entities the same way so as to attract similar delays. The committee therefore recommends the delays led to accumulation of arrears that were not paid by 30th June 2021. That's observation. Delayed remittance of payee attracts fines and penalties from URA, which may necessitate budget allocations to clear such arrears created by negligence of the responsible officers. It should be noted that delayed remittance of payee attracts fines and penalties from URA, which may necessitate budget allocations to clear areas created by negligence. Recommendation, the committee recommends that accounting officers be held responsible for fines accruing from the delays in submission of statutory deductions. Going forward, all accounting officers should ensure that all statutory deductions are remitted in time, failure of which should attract sanctions. This duty should be included in their annual performance contracts by which they should be gauged. Delayed access to salary stroke pension payroll. Salary payroll. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General noted that in a number of regional referral hospitals, transferred and newly recruited employees experienced delays ranging from 5 to 9 months to access the payroll. Such delays contravene Section B-A11 of the Public Service Standing Orders 2010, which require accounting officers to ensure that public officers access salary payrolls within 4 weeks from the date of assumption of duty. The pension payroll. The Auditor General also noted that in a number of regional hospitals, pensioners experienced delayed access to the payroll, contrary to paragraph 5.1 of Establishment Notice number 1 of 2020, requiring responsible officers to initiate and complete the process of retirement benefits within 6 months to the mandatory retirement date, should be prior to retirement. That's the emphasis of the committee. In the case of death or early retirement, the process should be initiated immediately. The letters of administration are issued and/or the early retirement has been granted. So, Speaker, the example is Masaka Regional Referral Hospital. 4 pensioners delayed to access the pension payroll with an average number days that petitioners took from the dates of retirement to the date of accessing and subsequent payment of pension being 7 to 8 months. In Mubende Regional Referral Hospital, 3 pensioners took between 7 to 12 months before accessing the payroll. The accounting officers generally attributed these delays to challenges in acquiring.
Honorable, switch on your microphone. That shows you the time I gave you is but Please conclude, go
Oh,
ahead and conclude.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought it was malice on the part of the clerk.
No.
Accounting officers generally attributed these delays to challenges in acquiring supplier numbers from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and delays in the computation of retirement benefits by the human resource officers, as well as delayed submission of the documents by retirees. Both case scenarios are inexcusable. The committee notes with dismay that government continues to run a manual system where a retiree is required to produce, among others, an appointment letter issued 40 years back. It is the duty of government as a prudent employer to keep proper records of employment in the employee's personal file. In modern times, that is a basic corporate management through computerization. The committee notes that delayed access of salary stroke pension payroll is a disservice that can lead to demotivation of staff and equally poor well-being of affected retirees. It also leads to accumulation of pension arrears and threats of litigation and associated costs. Accounting officers attributed this to non-payment to insufficient funding from the Ministry of Finance. The committee observed further that some cases of complete non-payment of pension contrary to Section 9(1) of the Pension Act 2014. Further, the current pension system, shrouded by government, is expensive and cumbersome and causes difficulty in tracking the growth of the fund. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Public Service should fully computerize their tracking and information management system that should enable automatic migration from salary to pension payroll upon retirement without further assurance. The government should develop a system of a contributory pension scheme for the government employees, as opposed to a system where government shoulders the entire burden of providing pension. Such a system is cumbersome and does not allow growth of a pension fund for the civil servants, unlike in the private social system, where the fund grows with a period of contribution and service. Delayed deletion of staff from the payroll. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, so contrary to Section BA 12 of the Public Service Standing Orders 2010, that requires the payment of salary to public officers to be stopped immediately they cease rendering services to government under whatever circumstances, including this. The sector had delayed to delete staff from who had either retired, been transferred, absconded, or died. Hoima Regional Referral Hospital, for example, was reported to have paid Uganda shillings to staff who could not be accounted for. Similarly, Jinja Regional Referral Hospital was reported to have paid 6,149,095 to 4 staff who had retired. In the case of Masaka Regional Referral Hospital, 896,977 was paid to salaries to 2 staff who had retired. Many accounting officers attributed these delays to transfers of some of the affected staff after the closing date of the IPPS. The accounting office of Jinja Regional Referral Hospital particularly explained that the transferred staff at the entity had to be delayed from reporting to their new stations because of the critical nature of their jobs. Counting officer could not, however, provide evidence to substantiate this assertion. The committee observed that such delays are acts of negligence of duty that can cause payments for services not rendered, thus would result in loss of funds to the government. The committee recommends that with the help of the internal auditors, accounting officers should regularly examine the payrolls to establish cases of near retirement and also ensure immediate removal of transferred, absconded, or dead staff as soon as the cases occur. Unauthorized loan deduction. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General noted that in most regional referral hospitals, there were unauthorized loan deductions from employees' salaries without letters of undertaking from the responsible officers. The accounting officers explained that this may mean their personal files. In such cases, employees would have active deduction accounts without complete records at the new station. In some cases, non-transferred staff faced similar predicaments, thus attracting the attention of the Auditor General. Indeed, honorable colleagues, in this parliament, members have raised similar concerns of loan deductions on behalf of affected civil servants. In Mubende Regional Referral Hospital, for example, the Auditor General noted that 8 employees were not in what they called my approval report, but in the active deduction report. In other words, not sanctioned, but deductions were going on. While 39 employees were not in the active deduction report. In other words, they are supposed to be deducting, but were in my approval. In other words, there is approval, but no deductions reported. At Lira Regional Referral Hospital, the Auditor General noted that unauthorized loan deductions amounting to 190,771,403 were made from 90 employees that neither had letters of undertaking nor existed in the active deduction or my approval reports of the PDMS. The committee observed that the government continues to maintain a manual staff files which are not easily movable upon transfer of the affected staff. That the practice poses a risk of causing deduction without liability, thus depriving staff of their hard-earned money or funds. For instance, the accounting officer of Masaka Regional Referral Hospital had fallen prey to this vice himself. This may also expose government to litigation and in some cases, industrial action. 21 employees had inconsistencies between the loan amounts and the IPPS and the active deduction. Further, the committee is cognizant of clauses 2.1.2 and 2.1.4 of the service agreement the government, Ministry of Public Service, and the Uganda Consumer Lenders Association, Uganda Bankers Association, had signed, which require a letter of undertaking for each government employee before making an employee reservation on the PDMS. Therefore, under the said clauses, only deductions consented to by employees in writing should be submitted to the Ministry of Public Service for timely monthly payroll processing or as advised by the employer entity. Committee recommends: 1, accounting officers should ensure that all loan applications are streamlined with all data being reconciled in liaison with the PCA management and approvals done through the PDMS. 2, the hospital management should, within 2 months from the adoption of this report by Parliament, seek for guidance from Ministry of Public Service on the usage of the PCA and PDMS interface to accurately manage their loan database. 3.12, Mr. Speaker, of budget receipts. The Auditor General reported that most of the entities received off-budget financing, which were not declared to the by Parliament, as required by Section 43(1) of the Public Service Management Act, Public Finance Management Act, of 2015. There was no evidence that the entities obtained guidance from the Accountant General as required by Section 43(5) of the PFMA 2015. Such omission goes against the requirement of running an integrated budget and poses a risk of double financing. For example, Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital received numerous funding, including 4,164,571,391 delegated funds, Uganda shillings 3,575,864,122 as EGPF/USAID rands of Uganda shillings 588,000 million 707,269. Although the accounting officer from Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital explained that the funds were for intern doctors' allowances, isolation building plus other activities relating to TB and HIV/AIDS, and that the funds were spent as per the agreed MOU. They were not spent within the IFMS of government, thus contradicting or contravening Section 36(6), Section 43 and 44(2) of the PFMA 2015, which require all public resources, including external funding, to be paid into the consolidated fund and be availed through the Appropriation Act. The Auditor General noted that Masaka Regional Referral Hospital received off-budget financing to a tune of Uganda shillings 1,068,012,711, which was not appropriated to the entity by Parliament. Mubende Regional Referral Hospital received 1,418,986,671 from the Ministry of Health and Mildmay, Uganda. Off-budget financing is subject to Section 43(1) of the PFMA 2015 and Budget Execution Circular issued by the PSST. And any use of such funds in contravention of those provisions is illegal and actionable. The committee therefore recommends that the accounting officers should at all times adhere to the laws with such should attract sanction to the accounting officers. Internal control weakness. The Auditor General noted that a number of referral hospitals had internal control weaknesses in areas such as monthly wage, pension and gratuity performance analysis, and remittance of quarterly returns to Ministry of Public Service. Other areas included payments of salaries, pension and gratuity of the IPPS in disregard of Establishment Notice number 2 of 2019 and number 1 of 2020. The committee notes that these internal control weaknesses are the leading cause of arrears and absorption of wage, pension, and gratuity, as well as delays in granting clearance to recruit. The committee observes that in almost all regional referral hospitals, this audit query is outstanding, and the accounting officers are medical professionals who do not have and/or dedicate enough time to the HR and accounting function. This is attributed to their busy schedule in relation to their co-appointment of professional service. In most cases, they are medical consultants. The committee recommends that accounting officers should strengthen internal control measures by submitting quarterly report returns in compliance with establishment notices and ensure that salaries, pension, and gratuity are processed and paid through the IPPS in an efficient manner. Ministry of Public Service should review the structure of regional referral hospitals with a view to creating a key position of hospital planner and also ensure a uniform human resource structure for all regional referral hospitals. The PSST should consider appointing non-medical staff as accounting officers, as opposed to the already laden who dedicate little time to the accounting function. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, for specific query and recommendation delineated per vote, I request that honorable members refer to the main report, which is already uploaded on the iPad. I beg to report.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Speaker,
Chairman.
let me first thank you, first of all, for your guidance. You know where we got stuck, and it was through your guidance that we were able to move. I also want to thank members of the committee and our technical staff for the dedicated service. It was very difficult coming up with this kind of report. I thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I've read this report. I've read this report, and indeed I've been discussing with the chairman you really need to interest yourselves in the report in detail. Because I've observed very many people don't read these reports in detail. If I open the debate, usually it's limited to what the chairman has said. Whatever the chairman has not said, and yet we know the devil is in the detail. The report is extremely rich, and I really hope that committees do look at how such reports should be made. I've taken time to look through. So I want to thank you, Chairman, and your committee members for the well-written and well-researched report. So, Honorable Patrick.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you have highlighted something very critical, that this report highlights very critical matters that if taken seriously in our governance, we shall improve a lot. But Right Honorable Speaker, since I was here in the 10th Parliament, and this Parliament, we have no mechanism of following up on these very critical matters that Parliament recommends, and we just continue just getting our reports through, and no mechanism to establish whether what we recommend really go on to be implemented or acted on. Right Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to raise on the procedure matter on that to ensure that whatever we do here, at least we have a mechanism that can report back to us as Parliament to ensure that we are doing a good job here. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleague, we have Rule 220 of our rules of procedure. Okay, that's where we seek our refuge. An action taken report. Okay, so, and I had already instructed the clerk to extract all issues that are pending where the ministers are supposed to be reporting back, on the several resolutions we make, on the questions raised, and I want to put it on order paper. If a minister has not taken any action, to come here, we know, and then with what, but also when you read, for example, the report from this committee, you can see if the sectoral committee takes keen interest in the report, because what I would expect, for example, now will be the chairperson of the Committee on Health to convene his committee, and they go through this report, which will guide them seriously, because most of the issues you could see are issues which the committee should have even identified during budget processing and asked the hard questions and ensured that they are addressed at that time. So when a report is released in relation to your committee, chairperson and members, pick interest, and that's why we guided chairpersons of accountability committees, that especially Park Central, that do your report sector by sector, so that the committee responsible can go back and dissect the report, okay? And ensure that recommendations are incorporated when you're handling business regarding that sector. For example, when you're processing the ministerial policy statement for that sector, you should be able to look at these issues and say, Auditor General recommended like this, the committee processed, the House adopted these resolutions, how are they being addressed in the current or in the next budgeting process? Okay? So, but Honorable Nsamba indeed raises a very, very critical issue, part of which is on our side as the House, and then part of which is with the committees. Thank you. So, colleagues, now I'm seeing some members of the committee standing up, like Honorable Nandara. It's and and yes, just wait a little, Honorable. And when you look at the recommendations, they are straightforward. If you're not going to add value, please, you can lend us that time we process other business. Okay? Otherwise, you're going to recycle, you even recycle badly what the committee had recommended extremely well. So, Honorable Nandara, you wanted to give some guidance?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just for purposes of the House to know, under the National Audit Act, after this report has been adopted by Parliament, there should be a Treasury memorandum. And the Treasury memorandum comes here, and the Auditor General is supposed to audit the Treasury memorandum to confirm that the recommendations which were passed by Parliament have been implemented or what action has been taken. So High Honorable Sambazo, is legal that this one, the issue should be the Treasury memorandum to deal with this. This one are not advisory. It's not like where they say this resolution will be advisory. No, this one you must act on it.
Thank you. And we have already instructed the PSST that all pending Treasury memorandum should be presented. So, and also the donors have required. Remember, IMF and the World Bank have been very, very clear that they do want those Treasury memoranda presented so that they can be assessed. And usually, colleagues, even without going so much into the detail, like last time, colleagues who had wanted us to bring back the old reports, even the Treasury memorandum will go to the committee. We'll go back to the committee to see what action has been indeed taken, whether it is to the satisfaction of this House. Yes, Honorable Santa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, what I wanted to raise is what my honorable colleague, Honorable Nandara Bafabi.
Then another one?
Mr. Speaker, let me come.
We don't repeat business
No,
here.
Mr. Speaker, my issue is.
You're coming?
Yes, I'm now coming.
Okay.
Yes.
Please. Yes.
Now.
Yeah. Now, colleagues, what's funny? Remember, I said let her come.
Yes.
And I've asked her whether she's coming.
Yes,
so
now I'm
you
coming,
come,
Mr. Speaker. Wouldn't it be procedural for us to give a timeline? Because I've been in this parliament, the issue of Treasury memorandum has been talked here so many times. So beginning with this one, wouldn't it be fair, Right Honorable Speaker, to give a timeline? Then too, Mr. Speaker, we have the chairpersons of local government and health. And I'm trying to scan around. I don't know whether they are here. And this report, when you look at it, is really, really very critical. Where we are lacking money for the roads and money are just being given over and above, and others are not even budgeted by Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I think, for me, I was of the view that, Right Honorable Speaker, we save this report, then we debate when the ministers are here, because one wonders how money which was not appropriated for is given to the entity over and above what they have not demanded. So for me, Right Honorable, the two ministers, the chairpersons would really be good to be here so that they tell us into details what is happening, who are the people eating this money, because to me it's a racket that people are using to sip on money.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Korik. Yes, Honorable Korik. Most of the issues raised here are even beyond the sector. There are issues that are to do with the Ministry of Finance specifically on how it conducts its business. So, colleagues, I'm going to give you time. I'm going to give you time, another opportunity to read this report comprehensively. Okay? And then Tuesday next week, we shall have debate. Okay? Next item.
Item 4, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline on the inquiry into allegations of breach of the Code of Conduct for members of Parliament against Honorable Twaha Kagabo, MP, Bukoto County South.
Chair, Committee on Rules, Honorable Abudu Katuntu. I think even 5 minutes are enough for him. Honorable, I'm going to give you 10 minutes, but if you use 5, I would thank you for leaving a balance of 5. Colleagues, let's listen to the chair, Committee on Rules.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, once again, I have this unenviable duty of trying to do a self-fumigation process. This is the report on the Committee of Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the inquiry into the allegation of the breach of the conduct of a honorable member of Parliament, for Bukoto County South, the Honorable Twaha Kagabo. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table, as the rules require, the original report duly signed by the requisite number of members of the committee plus the minutes. The Speaker, I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, my deputy, the Honorable Father Onen, earlier on here, he said he wanted to see his people see him talking. I want to take this opportunity to allow him to read this report such that his people see him presenting a committee report. I think that's also a good way of senior members or chairperson to mentor colleagues.
Thank you.
By the authority conferred on me by the chair, I stand here to read a report of the Standing Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline on inquiry into the allegations of breach of conduct of members of Parliament against Honorable Twaha Kagabo, Member of Parliament, Bukoto County South.
10 minutes, Honorable
Right
colleague.
Honorable Speaker, on the 9th of August 2020, during a sitting of Parliament, the Right Honorable Speaker, in our communication, raised the matter of the breach of the Code of Conduct for members of Parliament and Appendix 5 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament by Honorable Twaha Kagabo, Member of Parliament, Bukoto County South. She alleged that Honorable Twaha Kagabo appeared before the media carrying a sum of Uganda shilling 40 million, which he reported it received from her and sought to return to her. The Right Honorable Speaker, being aggrieved by the actions of the Honorable Twaha Kagabo, referred the matter to the Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline with a directive to report back to the House in 1 month. The mandate of the committee with regard to the matter is stipulated under Rule 175 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda. Pursuant to the above mandate, the committee inquired into the allegations levied against Honorable Twaha Kagabo. The issues which the committee agreed on for resolution were as follows. A, whether Honorable Twaha Kagabo made allegations of bribery in the media against Right Honorable Speaker. B, whether the actions or conduct of Honorable Twaha Kagabo constitute a breach of the Code of Conduct for members of Parliament as enumerated in the Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. C, the observations, recommendations of the committee on the matter. The methodology: we held a meeting with Honorable Twaha Kagabo We reviewed relevant documents, including the answer of the plenary proceedings of Tuesday, the 9th of August 2022 and Tuesday, the 6th of September 2022. We reviewed also the applicable laws like the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the rules of procedure of the Parliament of Uganda, treaties and papers on Commonwealth parliamentary procedures and practices. The committee, being cognizant of its quasi-judicial status and the members' constitutional right to a fair hearing, we wrote to Honorable Twa Kagabo, I refer you to Appendix B and C, informing him of the allegations made against him, together with a copy of the answer. We also asked him and we inform him of his right to be represented by the council, his right to attend meetings of the committee with other witnesses and to cross-examine them. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, the committee further resolved that any member with a personal interest in the matter under investigation, including a member who could have publicly expressed his or her views on the matter, would be disqualified from participating in the proceedings of the committee. Our findings, observations, and recommendations. 1, the committee interfaced with Honorable Kagabo on Wednesday, the 7th September, to respond to his right to legal representation in the committee proceeding and was therefore not represented by counsel. He testified as follows. Honorable Kagabo testified as follows. 1, A, that it was true that he appeared in the media carrying money in the President of Parliament, which he claimed he had received from the Right Honorable Speaker as a bribe. B, that he admits that he never received any money from the Right Honorable Speaker and that the allegations of bribery he made against the Speaker were false. C, that prior to the incident, the media had been awash with news that members of Parliament had received free money from unspecified purpose. D, that his political party headquarters directed the party members who had received the said free money to return it either to the party chief whip or the leader of opposition. E, that his constituents, the constituents mounted pressure on him to return the said money if indeed he'd received it. That because of political pressure and in a bid to clear his name for money which he paraded before the media and falsely alleged that it had been given to him by the Right Honorable Speaker. That he had reflected on his actions and acknowledges that they would undermine the integrity of the Right Honorable Speaker and brought the office of the Speaker and Parliament generally into disrepute. That he had been tormented, castigated, isolated because of his actions to the extent that he had contemplated committing suicide. That he regrets his actions and tenders an apology to the Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, and the institution of Parliament generally for the reputation damage caused. That he prays for pardon for his misconduct in the interest of fostering harmony in Parliament and for better service delivery. We considered whether Honorable Twa Kagabo made allegations of the bribery into the media against the Honorable Speaker. The committee sought to determine whether Honorable Kagabo made allegations of bribery in the media against the Honorable Speaker. In his testimony before the committee, Honorable Kagabo stated that the bribery allegations he made against the Honorable Speaker. Accordingly, the committee resolved issue 1 in the affirmative. Having resolved issue 1 in the affirmative, the committee resolved that there was no need to invite other witnesses to provide further evidence. The committee proceeded to examine whether the conduct of Honorable Kagabo constituted a breach of the Code of Conduct of Parliament, member of Parliament under Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure as alleged. The Code of Conduct for members of Parliament set out the standard and behavior expected of members of Parliament. The code is designed to assist the members in the discharge of their obligation to the House, their constituents, and the public at large. Paragraph 2, therefore, places a public duty on members to uphold the law and act on all occasions in accordance with the public trust placed in them. It provides that by virtue of the oath of allegiance taken by all members, members have a duty to be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda and to preserve, protect, defend the Constitution and to uphold the law and act on all occasions in accordance with the public trust placed in them. Members have a general duty to act in the interest of the nation as a whole and special duty to other constituents. Paragraph 3 of the code elaborates the general principles of conduct.
Honorable member, please switch on.
Okay. Members are required to observe the principles of selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, and leadership. Paragraph 5 of the Code of Conduct of the at all times. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee observes that the false bribery allegation Honorable Kagabo made against the Honorable Speaker portrayed Parliament, its presiding officers, and members as corrupt in the eyes of the public, and thereby degenerated the public trust and confidence in the integrity of the person and office of the Speaker, and brought the House and its members into disrepute. The committee therefore observed that by admitting that he made false bribery allegations in the media against the Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kagabo did not waste the time of the committee. 2, a day before the meeting of the committee with Honorable Kagabo, he apologized to the House during the sitting of Tuesday, the 6th September 2022, an act the committee considers courageous and remorseful. A review of the answer of Tuesday, the 6th September 2022, Appendix D, reveals that Honorable Kagabo stated as follows: Madam Speaker and colleagues at large, I write on a procedural impropriety and ambiguity that I watched the Parliament and the country a month ago. I do acknowledge that it was a procedural flaw. At this juncture, Madam Speaker, I do not invoke honorable members. I do acknowledge and reflect on how important it is to work in harmony as honorable colleagues and our Speaker for the better dispensation of services to our country. I therefore request for pardon on the impulse I beg to move. I request for the procedural impropriety that I caused on the actions of Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A month ago, I was seen moving with funds in the precincts of Parliament, which must have infringed on the privileges and rights of my fellow colleagues and the House at large. I do therefore request for a pardon over that and extend an olive branch to others for the betterment of services. The apology Honorable Kagabo made to the House was ambiguous. Accordingly, the committee requested Honorable Kagabo to submit an equivocal apology in writing for clarity. Attached herewith is the unequivocal apology Appendix E. Honorable Kagabo further made a commitment that he would not engage in such conduct in future. Recommendations: 1, that Honorable Kagabo, having apologized to the House and before the committee, should be pardoned for the misconduct. Members of Parliament should uphold their duty to maintain and strengthen public trust and confidence and the integrity of Parliament at all times. 3, members should desist from populist actions and conduct that generate the integrity and reputation of Parliament, its presiding officers and members in the eyes of the public. That Parliament should orient members on the rules of procedure with special emphasis on the code of conduct enumerated in the Appendix F of the rules of procedure. The committee, therefore, in conclusion, prays that this report be adopted by the House. Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable colleagues. Honorable Kagabo, you want to respond to the committee report? Please, colleagues.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I thank the committee and the chair and the fellow members at large for having given me a chance to party with you. Most importantly, I want to thank the Right Honourable Speaker, Anita Mong, for having allowed this to take place, because the denigration was partly on her. So I'm also privy to the fact that she has incessantly objected frequent information to her to have me expunged from this house. But she preferred to take it motherly. Therefore, I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that may He use this as a basis to exonerate her from her transgressions on the judgment day. Right Honourable Speaker, I also concur to the submission by the committee and the chair at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, in such a situation, our hands are tied by sub-rule 3 of Rule 175, which does not allow us any debate on such a matter. Please just look through your rules. You will be. So because of that, I now want to put a question. No. Honorable, please allow me that we put a question. We close this matter, okay? Yes, so honorable colleagues, I now want to put a question that the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the inquiry into allegations of breach of the Code of Conduct for Member of Parliament against Honorable Twaha Kagabo, MP, Bukoto County South, be adopted. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Now, colleagues, Honorable Chivonde, please. This is not a matter where I will allow, because it's more or less personal. Just honorable colleagues to remind you, Appendix F, which the chairman referred to, which is the Code of Conduct in our rules of procedure, is very, very important for you. And also to be very cautious. Honorable Kagabo has provided us a running example. A running example that if you dare to come here and make outrageous allegations onto someone, you have a duty to prove those allegations. And also, you know, you can make statements on someone that can destroy their name completely. I saw how people were ridiculing the Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank God who has given her a heart to forgive Honorable Kagabo. You know, that's what is important. We should learn it, forgive, and we thank her for that. But Honorable Kagabo also for coming out and understanding that sometimes politics has a limit. You know, has a limit. You don't veer off into a personal reign to score a political goal. So it's very, very important. I also want to thank you for that courage to know that when you do wrong, you come and you stand up for it and you apologize. Next item. Honorable Rope, this is a personal matter where, okay, if it's another matter, Honorable Rope, then it's okay.
Right, Honorable, I'm not going to commit on this matter, but I have a responsibility as the acting leader of opposition, because Honorable Kagabo belongs to the new party and is our member. And you have a standard you hold on to our members. This matter will be further picked up by my party and subject it to a disciplinary procedure. I beg to inform
Thank
the
you.
House.
Thank you.
Item 5.
Next item.
Item 5, motion for resolution of Parliament to pay glowing tribute to Uganda's representatives at the 22nd Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, UK, and at the World Athletics Championships in Oregon, United States of America, for their excellent and exemplary performance.
I have just received information from colleagues from the minister that he's not around and they were not yet ready for this item. So, Crack, you're going to link up with the minister. We give them one more chance. So this is a government motion. They're the ones who requested for space. So we shall give them one more chance. If not, we shall drop it from the pending business.
Procedure.
But Honorable Katuntu, you've accessed the microphone without my permission.
Oh.
So Honorable Katuntu is claiming he didn't know the microphone was switched on. So today is a day of forgiving, forgiving for your transgressions. Honorable Abdu?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think these rules are made to be obeyed. And when looking at Rule 175.3, it says, I need to read it for purposes of the record. Without prejudice to sub-rule 2, where an affected party agrees to the findings and recommendations referred to in that rule, there shall be no whatever the leader of opposition is saying in response to the report cannot stand in our rules, not even a comment. It has to be expunged. It has to be expunged. These are our rules. Because the rule says there is nothing you can do except to adopt. To have a response, whatever response it is, will be offending Rule 175.3. Whatever they need to do, let not be part of the record.
Colleagues, you see, I don't want us to go to reopen up this thing. I just want it to go because hearts have healed. I hope no one tries to open wounds. Now, Honorable Katuntu, the rule ties me because it was just tying me to debate, and we've not debated. Okay, we've not debated, but I hope there will be no retribution on a member for such an issue. Even outside, we urge, we need harmony. We don't need. Then it would look like it had been sponsored by someone else. And because the member has now withdrawn the matter, the person who had sponsored all this is annoyed, is going to punish using other means. That would be. And the Honorable Chivumba, you know, maybe he will also demand an apology internally of saying, why did you attack our speaker? Because also Nupu voted our speaker. I don't know, which would be double jeopardy, more or less. Kagabo has gone through a lot, colleagues. Yes, I would urge that we leave this at that. Colleagues, please, I request we go to other items. Let us leave this item. Okay.
Item.
The more we go into this, the more we go into this, the more we go into wounds, opening wounds afresh. So next item.
Item 7, motion seeking leave of Parliament to introduce a private member's bill titled the National Forest and Tree Planting Amendment Bill.
Honorable Mawanda.
Item 8.
No, Honorable Mawanda is here. Anniversary was ready, you know.
Right on members, right on Speaker and members, I move a motion seeking leave of Parliament to introduce a private member's bill entitled the National Forest and Tree Planting Amendment Bill. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm moving under Article 79 and 94 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda of 1995 and Rules 56, 121, and 122 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda. Whereas Article 79 of the Constitution empowers Parliament to make laws on any matter of peace, order, development, and good governance of Uganda. And whereas Article 94B of the Constitution and Rules 121 and 122 of the Rules of Procedure recognize the right and the procedure for a member to move a private member's bill. Aware that the Constitution and the national objectives and directive principles of state policy obligates the state to ensure that the utilization of the natural resources of Uganda is managed in such a way as to meet the development and environmental needs of present and future generations of Ugandans, and particularly to take all possible measures to prevent or minimize damage and destruction to land, air, and water resources resulting from pollution and other causes. Further aware that the consultation under the national objectives and directive principles of state policy and further obligates government to stimulate agricultural, industrial, technological, and scientific development by adopting appropriate policies and enacting enabling legislation, grow and store adequate food, establish national food reserves, encourage and promote proper nutrition through mass education and other appropriate means in order to build a healthy state. Recognizing that the Uganda Forestry Policy of 2001 highlights the fact that Uganda has a national forest cover of forests and woodlands of approximately 4.9 million hectares, covering about 24% of the total land area, with 1.9 million hectares of this being permanent forest cover, inclusive of forest reserve land. Further recognizing that the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act of 2003 grants the National Forestry and Tree Planting Authority powers to grant utilization licenses over forest reserves and community forests. Noting, however, that the power of the authority to grant tree farming licenses under the Act is limited only to the establishment of commercial forest plantations with the defined tree species, which falls short of incorporating the practice of agri-silviculture, a practice that involves the growing of forest trees, commercial fruit trees, and grasses together with the same land at the same time. Concerned that the omission deprives the licensees and the country of the benefits of agri-silviculture, including the production of multiple products from the forest reserve lands, such as commercial forest trees, fruits, fodder, and forage needed for livestock, fuel wood, timber, leaf litter needed for organic manure production, improvement and sustaining of the crop productivity, which increases the level of income of the farmers, improvement of the nutritive value of animal feed due to the supply of green fodder, soil nutrient recycling, which helps to reduce chemical fertilizer patches, improvement of the farm site ecology by reducing surface runoff, soil erosion, and nutrient loss, gully formation and landslide, improvement of local microclimate and environment, and enhancement of the productivity capacity of the forest and reduction of pressure on community forests. Appreciating the 21.5% and 23.7% agricultural crop contribution, the GDP in 2017 and 2019 and 2020 respectively, as well as its 46% contribution to export earnings and its potential to further increase export earnings and contribution to the country's net benefit, since nearly 3/4 of Uganda's population is employed in agriculture. Further appreciating, therefore, the need to amend the Natural Forestry and Tree Planting Act to authorize the National Forestry Authority issue licenses for the practice of agri-silviculture in forest reserves and community forests. Now, therefore, be it resolved that 1. Parliament grants me leave to introduce a private member's bill for an act entitled the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Act, and the bill is published in preparation for the first reading. Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Is the motion seconded? Honorable Vasari, Honorable Gilbert, Honorable Christine, Minister of State for Local Government, Honorable Tiba, Honorable Kisa. Motion seconded by several members of the House. Honorable, would you use 3 minutes to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and members, the object of the bill is to amend the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act 2003 to empower the National Forest Authority to grant licenses for the practice of agri-silviculture from a forestry reserve or a community forest, provide for the right of a license holder to use the license as collateral in a financial institution. The National Forest and yes, I am.
Honorable, please, those people are not on record, the ones you're responding to. They are not on record.
Yes. Right, Honourable Speaker, when because the committee will give a clarification as to why I am coming up with this amendment. The National Forestry and Tree Planting Act 2003 grants the National Forestry and Tree Planting Authority powers to manage, maintain, control, and grant utilization licenses over forest reserves and community forests.
Order.
Right Honourable Speaker, I am on record in this Parliament, having stated since the 9th Parliament, that I will never oppose a member's right to bring a private member's bill, because principally that is the power of Parliament. And secondly, because we have an opportunity to discuss the content and the context of the proposed bill. My concern, however, and why I'm rising up on the point of order, is where my good friend, the Honorable Mawanda, states that in justifying, he says that the committee, the purpose is to grant a power to the National Forestry Authority to allow the use of this as title when the proposed bill attached does provide that the license shall be a document of title. And now, the justification is luring Parliament in excitement to approve, and yet the content we are going to find in the bill is different, is in order.
Now, honorable colleague, you see, whatever statement you make here now becomes a record. Not what is just written, but also what you say. So what you have said and what you have submitted written is the record of this House. The reason as to why we insist that you attach a draft of the bill is to ensure that your submission, whether written or verbal, speaks to the draft bill. So that once we are going to give you permission, you don't waste your time, you don't waste your resources, and you bring a bill which we shall push away. So, Honorable, please, can you ensure that what you submit here speaks the content of the bill? Okay. Yeah, as you can see, one statement, even if I allowed you to submit, one statement might end up making members deny you leave. Because in the end, I will take the vote of members. So can you, from what members are saying, can you either clarify or withdraw that part?
No. Mr. Speaker,
On,
procedure.
honorable colleagues, you see, I usually don't want us to be harsh on each other, because in the end, because in the end, because colleagues, in the end, it's your vote that I will record. Honorable Mawanda, can you withdraw that statement? Or you think you can justify it? And the seconders are allowed to help him on this because, yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
I'm trying not to be as hard as.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I would like members not to interpret what we are trying to amend, that you are going to use the land title of the forest that will be allocated to as security. We are trying to say, sorry?
No, but
yes, there is a difference between a land title and the license.
Right,
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Namyangu, let us first.
Right, Honorable Speaker, with due respect to my colleague, Honorable Mawanda, first and foremost, in the government, we are not aware of an institution called the Tree Planting and the National Forest Authority. It doesn't exist. Number two, the institution that we know is the National Forest Authority. And it is not in charge of the community forest. It is only in charge of central forest reserves. The central forest reserves are held in trust by the government for the people of Uganda. So how can one use
So I
want to propose that to save him, he should go back and write the right thing.
Colleagues, colleagues, please, Honorable Mawanda, do you think you can explain your point better? Let us give him a chance. Let him explain his point. Then we have the right to either accept or reject his proposal.
Right, Honourable Speaker. We are not referring to the existing forest. We are referring to those people who are going to be given licenses, plant trees. And we're saying, sorry, hello, in gazetted lands under the members.
Colleagues, let's, Honorable Mafabi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people have been trying to degazette forests. And this is another way they're trying to do it. And one of them has been Honorable Mawanda. Honorable Mawanda came here with Bank of Uganda. I am on procedure. Procedure order cannot come. Wait, you'll talk later.
No, Honorable Nandara, don't take away my duty. Because now you're determining what applies where. That's my duty.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we, as Honorable Segona said, we in this house will encourage members to bring private members bills. But we don't want private members' bill which offend the Constitution, which offend the rules we have, the laws we have, which are really in bad faith. If you look through this, Mr. Speaker, you are talking about to give somebody that he should take this to the bank and get money. Whose land? That means you have even offended Article 93, I think 93, which does not authorize a private member, to bring a bill which has a charge on the consolidated what? Fund. Because the moment you are going to use public property to get money, you have put a charge on public asset. So, Mr. Speaker, is it procedure right for Honorable Mawanda to proceed with one, that they are going to plant grass? So would it be procedure right that he continued with this motion, this bill, with this motion, which really offends the Constitution and other laws, even the one of National Forest and Tree Planting, Section 32, isn't it?
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, you see what is going on. You're debating the motion. Yes, you're more or less debating the motion, but colleagues, Honorable Mawanda, I know you usually put on many lenses. You have read the mood, okay? So from the mood you've read, would you want to take any other action, or I put a question on your motion? No, please, first.
Right, Honourable Speaker and members, I think let's request for more time to go back and re-examine, and we come back with a proper document that will be able to bring everybody on board. Thank you,
Okay.
Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. Honorable Katuntu.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I would like to be clear on this. Our rules don't provide for let's go and we need more time. At this point, Honourable Mawanda can only withdraw his request so that we don't even have intentions of considering it again. That's number one. Number two, Right Honourable Speaker, at this point, we are looking at the principle such that if we agree with the principle, then we can give him the permission, and then the committee looks at it. Disagreeable. That's a problem. Because Honorable Mawanda, and really we say this with all the pain, because we cannot be seen to be opposing a private member when he's bringing a bill. Really, we can't be seen. But this particular one, where is the void which you want to fill, to chew? Where is the mischief? We don't see it. And then, Right Honorable Speaker, I think this country is regulationizing. Everything is low. We can have a policy without having a law in place. But because once you put it as a law, then you cast it in stone. For you to change it, you have to come to Parliament, amend the law, and so on. Whatever you are saying, I have problems, Right Honourable Speaker, in consenting that it should leave this stage, even to go to a committee, or even for him to consider it again. I really request the Honourable Mawanda, our good friend, just withdraw this bill, this motion. It doesn't make sense at all. Please, Honourable Mawanda, please.
So, Honorable Mawanda, everyone who is speaking says they are your good friends. So would you like to listen to the advice of your good friends? Me, I don't know where you met them. So
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker and colleagues. Looking at the moods in the House, I take this opportunity to withdraw this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, honorable colleague. Thank you. We've allowed the honorable member to withdraw. Thank you. Yes, honorable colleagues, next item.
Item 8, motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to consider prioritizing and promoting Uganda's education services as a priority export.
Thank you. Honorable Timothy Gumaiko, can you present your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I stand to move a motion for resolution of Parliament urging government of Uganda to consider prioritizing and promoting Uganda's education service as a priority export. Whereas education system in Uganda is organized and regulated pursuant
Honorable, be close at the microphone.
Pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, the Education Act 2008, the universities and other tertiary institutions, the Business Technical Vocational Education and Training Act 2001, the National Curriculum Development Center Act, CAP 135, the Uganda Examination Board Act, CAP 137, whereas the laws regulating the provision of education in Uganda are supplemented by various government policies, statutory instruments, directives and circulars, recalling that in 1993, government liberalized the education sector, resulting in establishing of both government and private education institutions at all levels of education in Uganda, aware that currently in Uganda, there are 282 registered institutions of higher learning, which include private and public universities and tertiary institutions, which provide post-secondary education, offering courses of study leading to the award of certificates, diplomas, and degrees. And conducting research and publish, and 92% of all parishes in Uganda now have a government-aided primary school, while 71% of all sub-counties have a government-aided secondary school, noting that Uganda's education system has been recognized as one of the very best in the world, and some of its education institutions, such as the Makerere University, are ranked as some of the best in the world and are recognized by international bodies such as producing students with the knowledge, skills, and abilities to pursue their lives as global citizens. Concerned that
Colleagues, can we have order in the house?
Proposes high, whereas Uganda
Honorable
high quality
Nandara,
education.
Honorable Mawanda wins.
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg you protect me from members.
No, member, you're protected.
Because this motion is very important for this country.
Honorable, you please go on.
Concerned that whereas Uganda processes high quality education institutions and has at all levels of education institutions offering high quality education as well as international education curricula, which attracts students from outside Uganda. Government has not harnessed Uganda's comparative advantage, position Uganda as an attractive study destination for students from around the world. Further concerned that Uganda
and US dollars 30.7 million from international students in the year 2006/7. The earnings from international students have declined due to a reduction in the number of foreign students enrolled in universities in Uganda. Recognizing that Uganda's education system has comparative advantages over other education systems in attracting international students due to the existence of high quality education institutions, low tuition fees charged international students, diversity of courses offered to universities offered by universities in Uganda, Uganda's modest cost of living, relative safety and use of English as a medium of instruction in all education institutions. Firmly convinced that there is need for government to harness Uganda by designating education as an export service and making it a priority through providing the competitiveness of the education sector to attract international students. Cognizant that since 2007, Uganda's national export strategies have consistently identified education service as a priority export sector. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Parliament that government formulates policies and strategies to promote Uganda's education service as an export in order to realize the full potential of Uganda's education sector. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Yes. Honorable Saba Buturo, Honorable Okero Godfrey, Honorable Saba, Patrick, Honorable Julius Rampara, Honorable Dr. Bed Wanfa, Honorable Isaac. So, yeah, Honorable, can I please, we have time. Honorable, yes, but we'll have time. Honorable, would you use 2 minutes? Because you can see members are tired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
They might end up charging towards
this motion. It might not be easy to understand, but I am a member of Trade, Tourism and Industry.
Colleagues, let's listen to a member.
And at the moment, Uganda is facing challenges of debt GDP ratio. Our debt is too high, our income is limited, we export less, and we import too much. Education can be exported. UK is getting a lot of money from exporting education. A few years ago, they got money which is worth our GDP, Uganda here, from just education. And we can position education in Uganda as an export and earn more foreign exchange. We have an advantage of course the living standards. We know living in Uganda is cheaper than living in Europe. So we can position education as our export and export it to East Africa, the rest of Africa, and even Europe. Second, Makerere was ranked among the best universities in the world. Last year, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere was ranked the Educationist of the Year in Africa, which means Africans have got trust in Uganda as a source of education. Another issue we must consider is that our population is growing and we must have income to cater for that population. A few days ago, we were talking about exporting labor, which is not well educated. As we standardize our education, preparing to serve the rest of the world, our people will get better education and we shall have no challenges of exporting labor, which is not educated.
Thank
So
you,
we shall
Honorable.
take that advantage.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank
I
you.
beg to move. Thank you.
Honorable Nsababuturo. Let's listen to the second, and then I will allow you. I'll allow you.
It's indeed a very strong case for Uganda to designate education as an export service. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker.
If you can get closer to the microphone, Honorable colleague, so that you can be more.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, education is indeed a cash cow, and Uganda enjoys unrivaled position in the region. Mr. Speaker, nations like United Kingdom, United States, Australia, Canada, New Zealand do make considerable amounts of money out of education. And it's essential that we also capitalize on this advantage that we have in the region. May I say, Mr. Speaker, that in 2021, United Kingdom, the gross added value from education, she made 110, the rise from 97 the previous year. In United States of America, higher education is a major American export. In Australia, the same story, Mr. Speaker. And so in fact, in Australia, education is the country's third biggest export. And Uganda can make much strides insofar as generating revenue that we can plow back into education and other areas is concerned. There are particular areas, Mr. Speaker, that exporting education would put emphasis on. One, consulting services. The other one would be education services. The other one indeed would be attraction of students from other countries coming to this country. I urge honorable members, Mr. Speaker, to support this motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kero Geoffrey. Two-minutes, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging governments to consider prioritizing and promoting education as a service for export. Right Honorable Speaker, education is a service. It is a service which has a lot of renewable resources. Much of its resources are renewable. At the time when the world is struggling with dwindling resources, Honorable Speaker, it is worthwhile to invest in education with more of renewable resources. Uganda is moving slowly on this path, but surely we are moving. Honorable Chimuzigo has already said a number of countries in this world are benefiting from education service as export. Some universities in US have their turnover more than the GDP of this country, Uganda. And when Chimuzigo brings this motion to this house, it is good to think twice, to think deeply, and understand this concept. Let me say, in academic year of 2020, US, for example, produced $38.9 billion from educational export. It hosted 1 million students, and from that created 415,000 well-paying jobs. It is this kind.
Conclude, Honorable.
Please switch on, switch on.
Can I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker?
Please, colleagues, let's respect others when they're on the floor. Please, please. Honorable?
That the pillar of this motion would be our curriculum. That would then improve the professionalism of our teachers, will bring us into tandem with the modern technologies so that the country is skilled with skills that can be sold to consume the modern technology well over. And with it, we can earn a lot of money, just like Malaysia did, like Indonesia
Thank
did.
you.
I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Agnes Apea.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Then
And I
Honorable
want to
Lilian
thank
Papa.
the move of the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, if you talk about the exports, you need to tell us the product that you want to promote. And when you talk about that product, then you need to show us the markets. But when you come here and tell us education for export, I'm thinking, okay, right now we export, we are saying to Saudi Arabia. The motion would have been specific here to come and tell us, instead of sending our girls to Saudi Arabia who are not skilled, we are going to invest, for example, in hospitality, so that when we are sending them to Saudi Arabia, they have the skills. But when the motion comes very generalized like this, Right Honorable Speaker, it leaves us with a lot of questions which are really unanswered. I think the motion comes in good faith, but it's not specific. And therefore, I would advise that the move of the motion really goes back and tells us specifically what is that skill that we have and where is the market and how do we invest to improve in that skill. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, you see, the motion is assigning someone else to the duty to go and get those details, because it is saying government formulates policies and strategies to promote Uganda's education services as an export. And I think, Honorable, if you had framed it well, that education can be a foreign exchange income earner for Uganda, so that we do ABCD, attract foreign students into Uganda. Okay, I think it would have been much easier for honorable colleagues. I know you can't use an excuse of time because you drafted your motion and you've read it, and I didn't interfere with you. Honorable Paparu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the move of the motion, but I have issues with the motion. I wanted to understand what is that surplus that we have, because in Uganda now, you cannot even say that we have teachers in surplus. If we were to look at the teacher-pupil ratio, if we had the money to employ all our teachers, if we had the money to employ all our nurses and doctors, the numbers are not even enough. And the statistics here, when they're talking of UK, US, I wanted to look at Congo, maybe Kenya. If they have ever exported, then we would borrow.
Thanks.
So I'm a bit concerned, as the previous colleague said, probably if there's anything unique that they want us to see that we can export, it would be the girls we're exporting very cheaply, who are not even, trained. Maybe such an area, I don't see surplus.
Thank you, Right Honorable
I'm coming
Speaker.
this side, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Like you alluded earlier on, there is need for the mover of the motion to look at the title. When you look at exporting services in education, Honorable Speaker, there is need for us to be informed more than that, because you are aware, Right Honorable, that the education sector is one of the key sectors in this country, and we don't need to rush with motions that are not very clear. Now, like others, as we was talking about fast skilling, that means that there's yet something to be done first before the exportation can be talked about. And then when you look at this area of the case studies that the move of the motion was talking about, I would have loved to have a report, a study done by a section of the legislators from Uganda
So that as he presents this motion, we have a backing to that effect. I therefore want to plead with the Right Honorable Speaker that the move of the motion needs to do something more before we can hurry. Thank you.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, the mover of the motion possibly thought that we have a product. If you have to export a product, you must have a patent for that product. So what is he talking about exactly? What are you exporting? Because our education system is also imported and has patent elsewhere. So what are you going to export, Mr.? Yes, I take the information.
Thank you very much, member, for giving me way. The honorable member wants us to legalize, to make the whole issue to be legal, in the sense that there are so many teachers who are going to Rwanda to go and teach English. There are so many teachers who have gone to Sudan to teach in various schools. So I think his intention is that he wants us to legalize the whole process.
Is it illegal? No, for clarification, Honorable.
Yes.
Is it illegal to go and teach in South Sudan, teach in Rwanda?
It's not legal, but he wants it to make it formal. It has to be formalized. And that is his intention. Because there are so many teachers who are in Rwanda right now teaching English. And this will be a source of income for the rest.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with you that the frame of the motion did not house it very well. Maybe the intention did not match the technical capability to frame a good motion for us. But honorable colleagues, we must know where we are coming from. A few years ago, Uganda in the region was the best to come and study here, whether private or government. Today, I'm aware that the very affluent members of this country are now in a reverse way, taking their children to Nairobi to attend even pre-primary and primary education. It is, when you look at the region we are in, the East African region, Great Lakes region, you look at our advantage of being fluent in English alone, we'll be able to attract students from South Sudan without a doubt, if we did our homework. We'll be able to attract students from Eastern Congo. Even in Rwanda and Burundi, they would come here. But there is homework to do, which is the prayer of the motion. The homework is to do is how to make our country very attractive in terms of our educational, how do I call it? In terms of what we give out as our educational product. For us to do so, there is a lot more we need to gain back our advantage. And we are talking out of the box. Please, economies are running away from banana, tobacco, copper, oil, to more service and technology oriented. That's where the future is. For countries that are going to match that need and define it, we'll have a better stand in the future. But I agree, Right Honorable Speaker, that the flamer of the
Right Honorable Speaker, I do appreciate the desire the movers of the motions of this motion have. Unfortunately, they should have sought guidance on how to move a motion. First of all, we should have been told where are the gaps, so that in the existing laws, procedures, policies, where are the gaps which we are trying to cure.
by this resolution. I think that is very important for us. Secondly, we need to know in my simplistic understanding is that export is for me to sell something I have in excess, and then I can use that money to bring something in. Now, what is it that we have in excess in Uganda in terms of educational assets that we have that we can give out in order for us to get something good out of it? So the definition, this motion does not answer what the definition requires of the word export. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I fear that we are maybe dramatizing some of our roles. We may be dramatizing it. We see there is a gap, then we want to run there. I think, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm trying, we are doing our best, and that is really our role. But at the same time, I believe that with the education system we have now and with in the sector, I think we should be properly guided. Thank you.
Honorable Michael, do you want to say? People, you're repeating the same words. Yes. No, first, but let's listen to a member who has been listening to us. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I understand the mood of the House. Understanding the word export is becoming very difficult. Maybe somehow we used the word was not appropriate. Secondly, my information to the legal department was positioning education as our export, which means we have to prepare ourselves to position. But now when the word came and become prioritizing, I think the problem came from there. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg that through you, that this House gives us another opportunity to present this motion.
No, Honorable, we don't. Honorable Katunta had already guided if you were in the House.
Because it is very important.
You either withdraw or I put a vote on it.
In that case, Mr. Speaker, I beg us a chance to
No, those are issues you've withdrawn. Those are issues with the presiding officers. Those are not issues of the House. Getting another opportunity is not an issue for this House. It's an issue with the presiding officer.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, we don't want to coerce you into anything.
Yes.
What do you want to do?
Mr. Speaker, if withdrawal of this motion will kill the spirit of the motion itself, I beg that you put a question and it remains a record of Parliament.
Honorable colleagues, I now put the question for a resolution of Parliament urging government to consider prioritizing and promoting Uganda's education services as a priority export be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The nays have it. Colleagues, I have received a communication from the clerk that at the close of the 2 days which had been scheduled for AR aspirants to present their papers, is happy to inform the House that 28 people, our aspirants, have presented their papers. And has requested that I inform the House, so because the committee is going to begin their verification tomorrow, 21st of September. We shall keep the House updated. So So I hereby adjourn the House to tomorrow at 2 p.m.